claim your Africanness, I'm telling you, when you claim your Africanness, you're going to get your mind back. And you're going to get your intelligence back. I'll guarantee you. Education. And when they take responsibility in terms of their own Africanness and their own identity, when they don't spend all of their lives trying to escape from their Africanness, when they don't believe that to be called African is a curse. You see, when they don't run from their Africanness, but they run to it and they embrace it and they become a part of it. Let's see what happens to their learning when they decide and say out loud that I'm black and I'm proud, and that I'm African and I'm proud. And if individuals, society exists outside separate from people, that is logically impossible. And it's a stupidity that's perpetrated on the population, on our people, and often leads to serious misunderstandings, both of ourselves and of our situation.
What's good, man? Good afternoon, everybody. ETMO, Trevor, and Sean, welcome in peace. My name is Sean. I'd like to thank everybody for tuning into the Masu Warrior Clan YouTube channel. Lafiya, Jama, and Boca to all my West Africans out there. Man, please like this show, share the show, tell a friend, we're live. I promise you, what we're about to deal with today will cave his chest in, right? What we're about to deal with today is going to cave his chest in, because from my knowledge, the dude's doing a victory lap among the people in his community that supposedly he demonstrated something during the debate and ended up not getting a result, which means that, you know, this, that, and the third didn't happen to occur, and that people were hinging their basis or premise on this particular situation. I'm gonna dive a little bit more deeper into that. But before I actually do kick things off, man, I do want to shout out to everybody in the chat. Wise the Dawn was good. I Ballad Outside the Queue was good. Omar, the show was happening. Khalil, Bar Reloaded, many others. A couple of people have clicked on and I've commented earlier when I set up the actual show. I need everybody to like the show, share it to your community page, on your YouTube channel, your social media networks. People need to really see this. I don't care if you shared anything else. That's cool. I appreciate it. But people that you argue with every day, especially in that community, they need to bear witness to this. What they're going to do is avoid the facts. We cannot allow them to avoid the facts. Right? He needs to be brought up on these charges. What up, Mac Tip? It's been a while, bro. Why do you sound super country? Do you know what you sound like? Fuck out of here. Khalil said, feathers up. Yeah. Melanated, what's good? So look, before I actually get into dealing specifically with Ali, we need to do a rewind. We need a recap, right? We need a recap. And we need to make sure that we fully understand the type of person that we're actually dealing with. Shout out to my Masu Warrior Clan brother, Big Nahisi. You know what I'm talking about? We're going to deal with it how we need to deal with it. We need to recap. We need to rewind 7 years ago. 7 years ago. What up, Ra? Man, listen. I'm about to do something to him, man. We can replay. You can snip. I'm gonna make sure that it's clean for you to, for anybody to snip it and recycle it how you see fit. But Ali falls today on his own sword.
What's happening? I'm out and about, right, with the Maroons, Warrior, Black Panther, right? We here, we chilling. I'm eating a vegan breakfast. See, I'm versatile, right? That ain't what I came to talk about, right? I'm talking about Ali Baba Muhammad. Y'all know we was sitting on side of the couch, we was kicking, right? I clearly showed he's misinformed information, but he did something, right? I say, bro, take a biology class. He got real slick. And if he had not got real slick, right? If he had not said, well, I'm going to talk to the goals of Team Cyrus, right? He tried to belittle me. And in trying to belittle me, right, I pushed him. And he said, what? I got degrees. And he whips out his degree. I said, brother, can I see your degree? He said, no, look at it on camera. I took your advice, right? I screenshot it, and I looked at it on camera. Interesting, correct?
Various things that are interesting on that.
No, first of all, no one walks around with a degree. This is Dr. Oya Mayat's degree. They carry it with a card. Now, y'all Negro pen screenshot that to see if that's legit or not. All right? That's a card that you don't carry around your degree. Laminated. All right? So y'all see that, right? That's a real one. Who walks around with their damn degree?
I don't know. It's very interesting because when you have degrees, they usually come in a nice little binder, nice little thing that covers and protects the degree. And you don't want to remove it from that because it may get damaged. I don't know anybody that's obtained a degree that actually walks around with the paper outside of this thing and say, hey, here's my degree. It's kind of like a used car salesman type of thing. Hey, I got this, and it just doesn't seem genuine or authentic. So,
we got the Mossy Clan researchers, right? Exactly. And the goddamn spears are flying. So now he gonna go in and we're gonna examine that degree that he showboated on solid TV. And to all y'all clowns, right? Just comment at the bottom of the damn video, yo, change that goddamn position.
How to kill a pseudo with his own degree. Ooh-wee! A well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Ooh-wee! Ali Muhammad, this is your first mistake.
But you're never going to tell me that a goddamn black man or a black woman comes from a goddamn primate.
Maybe you didn't know, but I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. But you the one that got on Sonetta's couch and showed your degree of Bachelor of Science. And you said, I can't convince you that a black man and a black woman came from a primate. Last I knew in chat was that humans are primates. So that's why I got to question your degree. And did you really go to Temple University? And did you get that degree in Bachelor of Science? Because you are saying something that does not sound right, Ali Muhammad.
What he's talking about, right, is a remnant left over in our DNA. See, that's what he's mixing up there, Brother Reggie. I am telling you that when he looks at, this is why you need to go to a goddamn biological class, because you're mad if you're sitting here telling me that the brother that, let me talk. I don't want to yell. Hold on. Am I yelling? Hold on, am I yelling? I don't want to yell. I said I'm going to yell at you. I'm just going to talk. I have the mic. I am saying that the whole group A00, right, that was found in the DNA, right, in that brother, okay, is remnants from archaic species. I just named them, right? This is checkmate. Y'all go to the Journal of Science. As a matter of fact, I'm going to give you that article, Journal of Science. I'll post in our forum, right? And go beat the pseudos up. See, this is the problem with the pseudos. Truth and falsehood is strangely mixed. 1 minute is Mu, 1 minute is A00, which is clearly in Africa. Next minute, the Africa. Hold on, the ancient Africa. Look. Hold on, wait. You know what he's saying? You know the point he made? He said, right, that the outer African theory has not been proven. That's why it's a damn theory. Because look, a theory, right, is based off of the coming together of facts. Am I not right or wrong in that? I'm gonna say it again. A theory organizes facts.
The subject that he's talking about has degrees on, all right? This is just one of them, all right? So now, look at my name.
Now, let me get that.
All right, let me hold that. I'm gonna read this. You know, watch the video. 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 All right. So now that's the division one. Then I'm not letting you touch nothing. Can I see it? No. Give me the mic.
Mistake number 2, Ali Muhammad, is that you trying to beat up on my big brother, Uncle Kent, the God Killer. And then you showed your degree from Temple University. And you said, oh, we can't look at it. Go watch the video. And that's what we did. We watched the video. And your degree did not look right. Why? Because I see some fraudulent going on. I see a pseudo in the house, Unc. So what we gonna do about this? I'm gonna show you his degree. And you look at it and check it out for yourself. Oh, did you see that? Let me show you. The circle, the red circle showed science. It was misspelled on his degree. Wow, Ali Muhammad. Temple University misspelled science on your degree? Or did you misspell science on your degree? Because when I went and researched how to spot a phony, fake degree, guess what it said? Y'all check this out. Oh, and that is checkmate. Well, we are Moxie Warrior Clan in the house. Spears of fly, and it keep on flying.
Ali, I'm so upset that you had the nerve to put out an artificial degree. And brother, I was supposed to be debating this brother. I don't even want to do it no more. Sis, what you think? I don't even want to do it no more. I don't even want to do it. I refuse to debate someone who would lie to the people, someone who would show the people a fake degree. I mean, Ali, that's low. That's low. Show the people the real deal. And this is my government. Show them the real deal. Real doctors, real people with degrees carry around their degree in cards, not paper. I'm the raw squad.
I don't know you, brother, but spell check is still available.
I want to pause there real quick because I want everybody to read this. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. This is the second coming of Ali Muhammad. He left for a while, went on a sabbatical, a hajj, or a hijab, or whatever they call halito, whatever, and reformed himself. You know, he went out a Muslim to return an indigenous Aboriginal under a new name, a new alias, right? He was trying to shed his old ways, right? It is true that he manufactured his degree and several other degrees, several other qualifications to act like he really did something. And he got caught 7 years ago, red-handed, lying to the people, trying to make himself something that he was not, because he's learned it from other previous people of the past. And he's taken on those behaviors, and now he's continued to heighten his ignorance and doubling down on manipulating our people. So last night I was chilling. I was on Not a Coincidence's channel, and he was replaying the video. He had missed a few things, and he was like, "Hey, yo, I want to show y'all something, that they were talking about from the debate analysis or whatever that he did, that Ali and them did on the channel." I was like, "Okay, cool. I can't do nothing but listen." On the panel is Dumb and Dumber, a Tachinist, a primitive one, and AP. You know what I'm saying? They on the panel. So okay, so anything with them on the panel, I gotta pay just a little bit a listen to, give them a little attention, because I told them not to bring Africa up in their conversations no more. And as many times as they continue to do that, the longer I'm going to continue to put work out on them, refuting their misinformation. So somebody was like, "Bro, they calling him Chief now." I said, "Chief?" I'm like, "Oh, wow. For what? Debate Jabari?" He's like, yeah. Going through the whole spiel. But it was in this moment, when Not a Coincidence, shout out to Not a Coincidence. It was in this moment that Not a Coincidence was like, "Let me show y'all something. I'm going to play the clip. And I'm going to see if any of y'all catch this."
Testing DNA.
A black man, you know.
So look, I
talk
want
about testing DNA today.
I want to show y'all what he tried to do with the Slave Voyages website real quick. So I want y'all to look. Tell me what y'all see is wrong with this.
He just might be crazy horse. That's it.
Hey, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do something that I did at the debate. Now they said,
First of all, notice how this name is already up there, right? You see Sal Jao Batista, right? Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind.
when you look at this goes from 1501 all the way through the 1800s. Their number one ship is the White Lion, right?
Fact.
The White Lion is like we got placards all over Virginia from it. This is live now. Again, debate. The White Lion should be on here. We're gonna search for it. Y'all ready? Quick. No doubt about it. What the hell, you got the most famous slaves in the damn battle available, bro.
Yeah, so I was
right, and when you look up the amount of slaves that came in 1619 on slave voyages, it says 0.
Right, right, bro. Hey, bro, I'm telling you, bro.
Hey, Chief.
All right, so shout out to Not a Coincidence for playing that for me, because I wouldn't have watched that at all. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is we're going to go to Slave Voyages. I'm going to share my screen, and I want y'all to tell me what y'all see when I do this. Okay. Nah, that ain't nothing. I'm going to walk you through what I did. Can I make this bigger? What do y'all see? Oh, what a tangle web we weave when you practice to deceive. He said no data. He said it. No data. Over and over again. No data. I did this live during the debate. No data. I did this live during the debate. No data. No data. No data. No data. What is that? Year arrived with slaves. 1619. Voyage ID 107967. Vessel name White Lion. Principal place where captives were purchased. America's port unspecific. Principal place where captives were landed. Hampton. Linked voyages 29252. Captain arrived at first port, and then his captain's name is John Jope or John C. Jope. Now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, I practice proper research methodology. I don't give up on looking for something. I don't try to deceive people intentionally. So I am going to walk you through how I got the answer to pop up for me. First, I pulled up slave voyages. Then I went on the transatlantic. I went on the database. You know what I'm saying? I went on the ship names, right? Vessels, just kind of like he did. White Lion. No data available. Nothing comes up, right? Right? So he would be correct. But he stopped right there. I'm going to show you what a real researcher is going to do. So I did something pretty basic, right? I went to Hampton.gov, pulled up the 619 African arrival exhibit, looked at this, you know, this source real quick. Yeah, they got the name on there, San Juan Batista. It's not going to pull up under that name. Then I went on down in the late August 1619, the privateer White Lion arrived off port. Continue to read on and on and on and on and on. But right here where it's highlighted at was the answer to my research question. The answer to my research question, the question was, who was the captain aboard the White Lion? So I just went to Google, typed up the captain of the White Lion, the slave ship White Lion. Pulled up, this article came up, I read it all the way through. Okay, Jope on here several times. Captain Jope, Captain Jope, Captain Jope. All right, so instead of looking the ship up by the ship name, I went back to slave voyages. I went under captain and crew, and I typed in John Jope. Let me see if I can find it by the captain's name. When I hit applied, right? I put his name wrong. When I hold up, did I? When I put his name in there correct, hold on. John G-O-P-E. Again, captain, crew. So I got the website up. Y'all can see it, right? The ship should come up, but I got to go back in and clear it. So you're not going to find it here when you go to database. It's not going to come up when you go to captain and crew under this. I went to Intra-American database. Intra-American database, captain and crew, John Jope. Hit apply. The fucking ship pulled up. This is the same ship that he said, I am, Rob on, that he said did not exist. Now, click on it, and here's your data. This is the only available data that is here. Voyage ID, name of it, no owner, no flag vessels, no place constructed, place registered was Velizigen, cargo, tallow wax, particular outcome of voyage, sold slaves in America, subsequent fate unknown, slaves disembarked in America, not captured, delivered slaves for original owners, principal place where captives were purchased, all of that. This is the only information that we have. Total embarked 30, total disembarked 29. Captain's name, John Jope. Captive background, Angola. Sources of data, Sluter, 396 to 98. There was a privateer. There you go at the bottom. Very bottom of the page. Let me zoom in. Right there, there you go. English privateer, Dutch letter of marque, stole enslaved people from TSTD 29252. Yep. So there you go. Now I went to 29252. If you didn't see what I just did, I clicked on 29252 because this information that we got from right here told me to go to stole enslaved people from this location. So I go to 29252 over here. This is linked to the other ship. These people were stolen from another ship. So here we go. Now remember, he put this name in too. Not a coincidence. He put this name in too, but guess what? He put the beginning of the name in there and not the S, and then he didn't do this. He didn't put the rest of the name in. Hold on, let me zoom in. Had he put the name in there right, he would have found this ship. He would have found the ship. So now we have the ship, right, that he was talking about, the White Lion, that he couldn't find. And we have the other ship that he was searching for prior to that, the Salvador Batista. Now we got both ships. If you don't believe me, I'm going to take you back to Not a Coincidence shit. Now this provides us, Robborn, with more information. Flag vessel, Portugal. Flag of vessel, Portugal, Brazil. Outcome, some slaves removed by pirates, privateers. They stole them from this ship. Outcome of voyage for captives, slaves disembarked in Americas. Outcome of voyage ship captured, African. Outcome of voyage owner, original goal thwart human agency. Place where the vessel began, Seville. Principal place where captives were purchased, Luanda, Angola, ladies and gentlemen. First place where captives were purchased. Second place where they were purchased, yada, 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 yada. Principal place where captives were landed, Jamaica. And then there's two more linked voyages. Year captives landed, 1619. Date vessels voyage began, October 13, 1617. Date vessel arrived with captives, 1619. Captain's name, it's all there. Total embark, it's all there. They stole 30 slaves. Source data material, all right here. It's all there. We ain't got to make nothing up. We ain't got to make nothing up. So again, what a tangle where we weave when you practice to deceive.
You know?
So look, I want
about testing DNA today.
I want to show y'all what he tried to do with the Slave Voyages website real quick. So I want y'all to look. Tell me what y'all see is wrong with this.
He just might be crazy, horse. That's it.
Hey, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do something that I did at the debate. Now they said.
First of all, notice how this name is already up there, right? You see Salvador Batista, right? Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind.
When you look at this goes from 1501 all the way through the 1800s. Their number one ship is the White Lion, right?
Fact.
The White Lion is like we got placards all over Virginia from it. This is live now. At the end of this debate, the White Lion should be on here. We're gonna search for it. Y'all ready? Click. No doubt on it. How the hell you got the most famous slaves in the damn battle available, bro?
Yeah, so I was
Right, and when you look up the amount of slaves that came in 1619 on slave voyages, it says 0.
Right, right, bro. This whole, hey, bro, I'm telling you, bro.
So again, he was caught red-handed with his hand in a cookie jar. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't go to transatlantic and search for this shit. That's the first mistake he made. Why? Because this wasn't a transatlantic voyage. The White Lion was not a transatlantic voyage. Just go read the story, right? Read the story of the White Lion. As much of it as you can. It's on Wiki. You can go in depth and do a little bit more digging to be more specific, right? But when you read the story, or you go deeper and you get the whole book and try to understand what actually transpired and yada, 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 look what happened. The White Lion Captain John Colin Job sailed for Virginia colony to sail the African captives, first landing in the Point Comfort in modern-day Hampton Roads. So you start putting all the shit together. The two ships captured and divided part of the Portuguese ship's African captives. You just keep going backwards. You're reading it over like, hold on, because listen, there was two ships involved here. Let's deal with it. Let's deal with it. While we right here, let's deal with it. Hold on. Let's deal with it. Put the story all the way together, ladies and gentlemen. The White Lion was an English privateer operating under a Dutch letter of marque, which brought the first Africans to English colony of Virginia in 1619, a year before the arrival of the Mayflower in New England. Though the African captives were sold as indentured servants, the event is regarded as the start of the African slavery in the colonial history of the United States. They couldn't sell them as slaves, they stole them. The first enslaved Africans in current boundaries of the United States landed in 1526 in the expedition of Spanish explorer Lucas Vasquez de Leon of South Carolina and Georgia coast. Some escaped and are thought to have joined Native Americans if they survived. In 1527, Estevanico, an enslaved Moor, participated in the Spanish Narvaez expedition. Enslaved Africans were also a part of the Spanish expedition to Florida in 1539 with Hernando de Soto. And in 1565, founding of St. Augustine, Florida. The Africans on the White Lion were probably among the thousands who had been captured in 1618 to 1619 by a slave raiding force, primarily consisting of African raiders under normal Portuguese leadership who were at war with the kingdom of Ndongo. These particular enslaved Africans were taken on the Portuguese slave ship Sao Joao Batista from Luanda, Angola, capital of Portuguese settlements in Angola. The White Lion, along with another privateer, the Treasurer. So now you have the Treasurer and the White Lion, commanded by Daniel Earlrith, intercepted, ladies and gentlemen, they intercepted the Sao Joao Batista. Now is this clicking to you? On its way to modern-day Veracruz on the Gulf Coast of New Spain, present-day Mexico. The two ships captured and divided part of the Portuguese ship's African captives under the aegis of the Dutch letters of the marque from Maurice, Prince of Orange. White Lion Captain John Colin Job sailed for the Virginia colony to sell the captives, first landing in Point Comfort in modern-day Hampton Roads. So now you have a general understanding and an idea that, all right, what happened was the Sao Joao Batista was intercepted by the White Lion and the Treasure. They split whatever was left on the ships from the boat. Job takes his split back to the English colony known today as Virginia. Big up Virginia if you're in the building. He takes them to Virginia. This isn't a voyage, ladies and gentlemen, that he's looking for. This is not a voyage. So when you're on the website, you can't go to transatlantic because it's not a transatlantic voyage. This was a hijack. So I went to Intra-American. I said, let me go under here and look on the database and type in the captain name. So when I went in the database, went to the captain and crew, put this man's name in, hit apply, the white lion popped up like you see on the screen. I said, see, he wasn't even trying to find the truth. He was so busy, ready to deceive people that he did not even want to look for any pieces of the truth. Then I said, like Rob once said in the chat, let me just click on the link and see what it say. Read. First indication was this one, the link voyages. Read. All right, I ain't gonna mess with that. Says it twice. Left it alone. I said, all right, I'm gonna redo this for everybody. I wanted to do it live. So everybody can see it. So now, when we click on 29,252, this tells us the other part of the story. It tells us the other part of the story. 1619, the year they arrived. Total slaves embarked 30. Number of slaves arrived the first 29. Then a breakdown of all of that. That's on one link. Go back, look. Map. Show you where they're coming from. I don't know why I can't zoom. Show you where they're coming from. Images. There's no images. So, okay, let me go back. Right? We can do this all live, y'all. We ain't got to make nothing up. Y'all can't even see what I was just showing anyway. But anyway, it was the other link. So when you pull, and I'm going to pull them up. So when you click on the 107967, it take you here. It show you how many, well, what happened, yada, yada, yada. Look. So Rabon, this is what you wanted right here. Because you click on the 107967, there go the vessel name. Place it's registered. They sold slaves in the Americas. Outcome of voyage if ship captured, not captured. Deliver slaves for original owners. Prize. Look, prize. Let me zoom in. Prize. First place of slave purchase. Prize taken from the Portuguese. Taken from the Portuguese. Principal place of slave purchase is America, port unspecific. Hampton, non-geographical. 1619, there go your boy. Everything lines up, how many people he had and a disembark. It's all there. And there go your sources. And guess who win this shit? Yo, and this book, flames. Linda Haywood's book, flames. Flames. Her book is flames. Central Africans, Atlantic Creoles, and the Foundation of the Americas. Stop smiling, Danny. I know you rolling up smoking, probably on the train listening. He caught red-handed. Map where they came from. The other voyage does the same thing, 107966, the treasurer. Remember, the treasurer and what other ship was involved? The treasurer and the White Lion were involved in hijacking this shit. So now we have the treasurer's information, right? The flag, Great Britain, sold slaves in America. So the treasurer dumped its slaves in America as well. First place landing, Bermuda. Second place of slave landing, Virginia. Both ships ended up in Virginia selling slaves. 1619. Captain's name, Daniel Eldrith. How many did he have? He had 30. So they jacked 60 slaves. Was bad. So he had the same amount. And there the data persists. Again, ladies and gentlemen, he wasn't looking to confirm the white lion. He was looking to deceive, right? He has a pattern of doing this shit. That's why I started the video off with his first mistake from 7 years ago. And I want to replay it again because this is a habit that he has, and we continue to allow him to deceive us. Oh, I know the elbows are mad, and I know it's a few of them that came in here to watch the show and then left and don't want nothing to do with it and the whole 9 yards, but your boy got caught red-handed. He got caught red-handed. Go ahead and admit it.
It's good with having them out and about, right? With the Maroons, Warriors, Black Panther, right? We here, we chilling, eating a vegan breakfast. See, I'm versatile, right? That ain't what I came to talk about, right? I'm talking about Ali Baba Muhammad. Y'all know we was sitting on side of the couch, we was kicking, right? I clearly showed he's misinformed information, but he did something, right? I say, bro, take a biology class. He got real slick. And if he had not got real slick, right? If he had not said, well, I'm going to talk to the goals of King Osiris, right? He tried to belittle me. And in trying to belittle me, right, I pushed him. And he said, what? I got degrees. And he whips out his degree. I said, brother, can I see your degree? He said, no, look at it on camera. I took your advice, right? I screenshot it, and I looked at it on camera. Interesting, correct?
Various things that are interesting on that.
No, first of all, no one walks around with a degree. This is Dr. Oya Mayat's degree. They carry it with a card. Now, y'all Negro peons screenshot that to see if that's legit or not. All right? That's a card that you don't carry around your degree. Laminated. All right? So y'all see that, right? That's a real one. Who walks around with their damn degree?
I don't know. It's very interesting because when you have degrees, they usually come in a nice little binder, nice little thing that covers and protects the degree. And you don't want to remove it from that because it may get damaged. I don't know anybody that's obtained a degree that actually walks around with the paper outside of this thing and say, hey, here's my degree. It's kind of like a used car salesman type of thing. Hey, I got this, I got that. And it just doesn't seem genuine or authentic. So,
we got the Nazi clan researchers, right? Exactly. And the goddamn spears are flying. So now he gonna go in and we're gonna examine that degree that he showboated on solid TV. And to all y'all clowns, right? Just comment at the bottom of the damn video, yo, change your goddamn position.
How to kill a pseudo with his own degree. Ooh wee! A well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Ooh wee! Ali Muhammad, this is your first mistake.
But you're never going to tell me that a goddamn black man or a black woman comes from a goddamn primate.
Maybe you didn't know, but I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. But you the one that got on Sonetta's couch and showed your degree of Bachelor of Science. And you said, I can't convince you that a black man and a black woman came from a primate. Last I knew in check was that humans are primates. So that's why I got to question your degree. And did you really go to Temple University? And did you get that degree in Bachelor of Science? Because you are saying something that does not sound right, Ali Muhammad.
What he's talking about, right, is a remnant left over in our DNA. See, that's what he's mixing up there, Brother Reggie. I am telling you that when he looks at, this is why you need to go to a goddamn biological class, because you're mad if you're sitting here telling me that the brother that, let me talk. I don't want to yell. Hold on. Am I yelling? Hold on, am I yelling? I don't want to yell. I said I'm going to yell at you. I'm just going to talk. I have the mic. I am saying that the Hubble group A00, right, that was found in the DNA, right, in that brother, okay, is remnants from archaic species. I just named them, right? This is checkmate. Y'all go to the Journal of Science. As a matter of fact, I'm going to give you that article, Journal of Science. I'll post in our forum, right? And go beat the pseudos up. See, this is the problem with the pseudos. Truth and falsehood is strangely mixed. 1 minute is moo, 1 minute is A00, which is clearly in Africa. Next minute, the out of Africa. Hold on, the ancient Africa. Look. Hold on, wait. You know what he said? You know the point he made? He said, right, that the out of Africa theory has not been proven. That's why it's a damn theory. Because look, a theory, right, is based off of the coming together of facts. Am I not right or wrong in that? I'm gonna say it again. A theory organizes facts.
The subject that he's talking about has degrees on it. All right. This is just one of them. All right. So now look at my neck.
Look how clear that is right there, ladies and gentlemen. Just so you know that Nahisi didn't fabricate anything. It's right here on the screen. And you still can see it if the video was still up on Sachetta Studios. It's right here on the screen. SCIECNE is what he has a degree in. Ladies and gentlemen. He has a degree, a Bachelor of SCIECNE. I don't even know how to pronounce that. Syncni? Psychic? I don't know. But this is his degree.
All right, let me hold that. I'm gonna read this. You know.
And Sachetta zooms in. Sachetta zoom in. Boom! He make it clear. Sachetta zooms in on him. Just so you know it ain't fake. SCIECNE. And he did this with so much conviction. So much conviction. Just like he did with the whole slave voyage search. He did it with so much conviction.
Watch the video. Watch the video. All right. So now that's the division one. Then I'm not letting you touch nothing. Can I say it? No. Give me the mic.
Mistake number 2, Ali Muhammad, is that you trying to beat up on my big brother, Uncle Kent, the God Killer. And then you showed your degree from Temple University. And you said, oh, we can't look at it. Go watch the video. And that's what we did. We watched the video. And your degree did not look right. Why? Because I see some fraudulent going on. I see a pseudo in the house. So what we gonna do about this? I'm gonna show you his degree. And you look at it and check it out for yourself.
Come on, man. Come on, man. What are we talking about? At the end of the day, what are we talking about? A continuous pattern of this behavior. A continuous pattern of this behavior.
At the debate. Now they said.
First of all, notice how this name is already up there, right? You see Sal Batista, right? Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind.
When you look at this goes from 1501 all the way through the 1800s. Their number one ship is the White Lion, right?
Fact.
White Lion is like we got placards all over Virginia from it. This is live now. At the end of this debate, the White Lion should be on here. We're gonna search for it. Y'all ready? Quick. No doubt I'm going. How the hell you got the most famous slaves with no damn data available, bro?
Yeah, so I was
right. And when you look up the amount of slaves that came in 1619 on slave voyages, it says 0.
And Dumb and Dumber. Dumber didn't say anything, but Dumb did. Dumb is AP. Dom says that it says 0. And I just showed you the white lion, how I got to the white lion. You don't search it again. This is for people who were not here earlier. I am going to show you this again. You go to slave voyages. You don't search under transatlantic because this was not a transatlantic slave voyage. If you didn't know that, now you know. There's a story behind the white lion. The story behind the white lion is 2 ships intercepted the Sao Batista, the Jao Batista, right? And they took the remaining slaves that they got from Luanda, Angola, and sold them in Virginia. 2 different ships. So when you look it up, you got the white lion. It's right here. You click on it, and it'll provide you with additional information. I have to keep doing this because I need to expand on how detailed this shit has to be. This tells you that there's a linked voyage, ladies and gentlemen, because this says that this was not coming from no Africa or anything like that. This was the slaves were sold in America and disembarked in America. It has no linkage or no flag or anything like that. But when you click on the 252 and come over to this tab right here, the 252 show you that, oh, wait a minute. The vessel of 29252 is Sao Batista, Portugal. Flag, Portugal, Brazil. Seville. It began in Seville. What the hell is Seville? Y'all don't know what Seville is? That's Europe. Then it ended up in Luanda, Angola. Then it ends up in where? Jamaica. Then it's on its way somewhere else and it gets hijacked. If you know the story, you know the story. Look how many people, number of slaves intended at first place of purchase was 200. Total slaves that was embarked was 350. Number of slaves arriving at first place of landing, 147. Total slaves disembarked, 147. Slave deaths during the middle passage was 203 deaths. It's right there on the screen for you, ladies and gentlemen. You can't make this up. Then source it down at the bottom. 58% mortality rate was on that ship. Then we go over to the white lion where we can get more information from the white lion. Now, when we click on the white lion map, it shouldn't say Angola, but it's telling you where they're coming from. They hijacked these fucking slaves. We read the story already. For those of you who are late, we read the story already. We know that the white lion and the treasurer were involved in hijacking slaves off this Portuguese ship under the banner of the Dutch. They got 30 slaves out of the deal. Each crew got 30 slaves out of the deal. I am showing y'all this for a reason. Each crew got 30 out of the deal. These ships exist. All of them. He said he couldn't find none of them. All the ships exist. The White Lion, the Treasurer, the Sao Batista, they all exist. They all exist under slave voyages where he said his search was incomplete. Khalil says, why would Spanish ships be going to Jamaica at that time? Boy, they wanted that sugar cane. They wanted that sugar. It was all about the sugar. Yeah, they were dropping people off down there, bro, to get the work in down there to do the sugar, bro. Straight up and down. Now, I was going to go a little bit deeper, and I wanted to talk about some other stuff, but I don't want to drag this all the way out. I want this to be really digestible, and I'm gonna time stamp it off and deal with it. And the only reason that I even actually did this show Hold on one second. The only reason that I did this, I'm gonna show y'all why I did it. This is why I did it. Y'all want somebody to thank for this show? Thank this dude right here. He be in everybody's chat, cheerleading, pom-poms out, talking crazy, saying all kind of weird stuff. He'll come in this chat and he'll ask a question and then he'll run off. This dude right here, Patrick Gabriel, right? Because he comes on the Not a Coincidences show and asks this: did you ever break down every slave ship? How many slaves per ship in a 200-year span, right? 200-year span. So he's asking something stupid. Callie, shout out to Callie. He says, if you had any evidence to support your belief, you'd show it. And then Not a Coincidence, just let him know straight up, like, have you? Why would average matter? You know what I'm saying? He just asking him. So this dude, because he opened his mouth and because he said what he said, I was like, you know what? Plus they was rah-rahing Ali, trying to make him so right. I was like, you know what, man? Let me go dig this up and I'm going to extract it up out of the slave voyages. I think I know the mistake. So again, my steps for finding the information was to first understand who the captain of the White Lion was. Once I seen that I could not extract the White Lion by search in the transatlantic, I then said, hold on, but the story of the White Lion is what matters the most. So again, quick wiki, read the wiki article. It's like, all right, okay, so I was right. Googled another article to back up the wiki article, which was the 1619 thing. That's where I found John at. So then I started just putting all my pieces together, answering my research questions as I go based on the data. So when I went back into the database, I went under Intra-American, where you would find more, you can find some more additional hijackings. Yes, you can find more additional hijackings of these other ships hijacking and intercepting and taking the captives up off the ship and selling them and making they pay. It's just like you getting robbed on the block. You standing on the block all day hustling. You've been hustling all day. You got your bread up. You know what I'm saying? You almost about to go re-up. You know what I mean? You trying to get a little bit more. You just got a little bit too greedy and it's dark outside. And then the jump out boys jump out on you. And then they done took your re-up. They done took your strap. They done took your cell phone. They done took anything that you had on you. They got everything. Your new Jordans. You was fly. They took all that. Jewelry, the whole 9 yards. That's what happened here with the whole Batista slave ship. The treasurer and the White Lion, they hit a lick. It was free money for them. They didn't have to voyage. They didn't have to drive their ships to Africa to do anything at all. They caught their prey in the Caribbeans, hit they lick, and returned back to returned back to Virginia and got their pack off. In layman's term. Now the Portuguese got to do something about it, and did they? No, we don't know. But real quick, that's what they were plotting on, Spanish Main. So, two historians said, go to Spanish Main. There's more to the story here. All right, so when we go to Spanish Main, the thick of the story is going to get a little bit deeper. I don't know if y'all can see that real good, but I really tried to zoom in. There you go. Right there. So during the Spanish colonization of the Americas, the Spanish Main was the collective term for the parts of the Spanish Empire that were on the mainland of the Americas and had coastlines on the Caribbean Sea or Gulf of Mexico. The term was used to distinguish those regions from the numerous islands Spain controlled in the Caribbean, which were known as the Spanish West Indies. The Spanish Main included Spanish Florida, New Spain, and later extending through modern-day Texas, Mexico, and all of Central America, Colombia, Venezuela, north coast of South Carolina. Major ports along this stretch of the coastline included Veracruz, which that is where the Batista was headed, to Veracruz, Portobelo, Cartagena de Indias, and Maracaibo. The term is sometimes used in a more restricted sense that excludes the territories of the Gulf of Mexico. The Spanish Main then encompassed the Caribbean coastline from the Isthmus of Darien in Panama to the Orinoco Delta of the coast of Venezuela. They weren't in it for the slaves. It was for the silver and gold. They dropped the slaves off for food to go back to Europe. I did a drive-by. That boy, old dog, crazy. The pirates were attacking ships on the Spanish Main because they transported the silver and gold back to Europe. Yeah. No, okay, I got you. Because there you go right there, the economic importance and piracy. There you go. As Danny said, from the 16th to the 19th century, wealth was shipped from the Spanish Main to Spain in the form of gold, silver, gemstones, spices, hardwoods, hides, and other valuable goods. Much of the wealth was silver in the form of pieces of 8 from the mines near Potosi. It was carried to the Spanish Main by a llama and a mule trains via the Pacific Ocean. Other goods originated in the Far East, having been carried to the Pacific coast of Spain's possessions of the Manila galleons, often through the port of Acapulco, then transported overland to the Spanish Main for the onward ship to Europe. So, Spanish Main became a frequent target for pirates, buccaneers, privateers, right? We know that slave, the White Lion and the Treasurer were privateers owned by privateers and countries at war with Spain, seeking to capture some of these riches. End of the story. It wasn't about the slaves, it was about the riches, as he stated. They were there to hijack the riches. They just ended up capturing some people. That was a humble, so it was easy for them to dump it. It wasn't nothing. They were looking for the riches, which we don't even get the full story. We don't even get the full story about the riches. All they talk about is the captives. They don't even tell us about the riches. They don't tell us how much money they got up off the White Line, and it's the White Line right here, just so I can let y'all know that. They didn't listen. All they said is, man, they hijacked them. They intercepted the Salvador Batista on its way to Veracruz and jacked them for what they had on the ship. But they were not distinctive. They did not give us the description. So we got to go somewhere else and double down on that information to get the entire story, if that's our interest. But that ain't our interest. Our interest is in understanding how these Africans got to Virginia in 1619. And thus we have our answers. The pirates were attacking ships on the Spanish Main because they transported the silver and gold. Oh yeah, I read it. And thus Pirates of the Caribbean. Boom. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, through and through. Pirates of the Caribbean. There you go. Then we get the movie. Make sure y'all go check Johnny Depp out. Pirates of the Caribbean. What the hell this was. Interesting. But yeah, Ali, you did some shiesty stuff right there, player. You tried to deceive us for a second time. Your fake degree. Then you said you couldn't find the White Lion. We got the White Lion and we got the damn Treasurer. We got both of them. Treasurer. Great Britain. Bermuda. Daniel, let me look this dude up right here. I think I looked up Jock. Let's look him up. Let's see what we can say about him. Just so y'all know, just to bring the whole thing into fruition, because it was 2 ships involved. So Daniel Etheridge, he was a 17th century English privateer, colonist, and slave trader in the service of the Earl of Warwick. Eldred was involved in privateering expeditions against the Spanish from his base in Bermuda. He was particularly known for capturing Spanish slave ships bound for the Spanish Main and selling the slaves himself to rival colonies in the Caribbean and the American colonies. Damn, Danny, look how we come back to that. He and John Jope, right? There goes his partner, were the first men to arrive in the English colony of Virginia to sell slaves. What up, the show? You a little late, but we didn't win in. Arriving only days ahead of his partner, Jope had sold the first African slaves in the American colonies in exchange for provisions. However, Eldred arrived, sparked considerably more controversy, and was turned away by the colony. He is also one of the earliest Englishmen along the Sussex Canal to discover and later take part in the initial settlement of the Providence Island colony in 1629. A personal friend of Earl Warwick, his son-in-law, Philip Bell, became the colony's first governor while he assumed the position of an admiral. So let me take y'all to Jope. Since I put this dude up, I'm gonna show y'all John Jope. And now you can put the whole story together as it is meant to be told, because you know the whole scope of how things arrived. Hold on one second. Wrong John. It's John C. John C. Joke, player. Don't try to trick me on my spot. I'm trying to put a dude up, man. It's taking me somewhere else. Let me go back to the white line. They ain't even get John a proper wiki page. Oh, shoot, I ain't even sharing. Guess what, though? We got his ancestry. You can go to ancestor.com and find that fuck on there. He on ancestor.com for sure. But they got him in the Encyclopedia of Virginia history. So you know it's official. Yep. This is a reading grade level. If you need to change it to 4th grade for slow people, you could change it to a 4th grade reading level, and then you could probably understand what you're reading. Right? So it goes on to tell the story. Everything that we already knew. Everything that we pieced together already. And then the boys get to jacking in Jamaica. It's Captain John C. Jope, or Dutch letters. Yeah, it's just telling us the same story we already know about John, but it don't give us much more. As you can see, all the red highlights give us more prominent people that they have information for. So we don't even really get anything from John, but we can go to this primary though. We can go to the primary. 20 and the Odd Negroes, an excerpt from a letter from John Rolfe to Sir Edwin Sandys. We can go to a primary now. We can do the primary all day long. Yeah. When they say something fake, right? We can go to the primary all day. January 1619, 1620. To Earl of Pembroke, to Sir Richard Worsley, Richard Bulkley, William Mooson, and Captain William Noose, Marshal of Virginia, to the Captain Ralph Hayward, supplies to the Virginia in Anoa 1620. John Rolfe, a letter to Sir Edwin Sandys. Yep, you can deal with that. And go in there and get your whole little thing on, man. I think I did that live so y'all can be able to track that down live. Coming from that source, because all you had to do was just click on that. So all the red shit, you should be able to click on it and get additional information. But we don't have to play with anybody, man. Africans. Not no white people. Africans. Hey, hold on, I got a question. Were the Portuguese, the Dutch, the English, the Britons, are all of them black, or are they white people? Why would they name a slave ship, or why would they name a ship, in this instance, the White Lion, if they from Africa and they black? Gullah. Let me see what Truth says. Anthony Johnson's real name is Antonio Negro because he was under Spanish rule at one point. Yeah, black is like a mug. According to AP, they all black, right? Craziness. But that just tells a deeper story, man. But shout out to Patrick. For inspiring me to just really to open up a can of worms. And commenting Not a Coincidence channel yesterday. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so we catch Ali Muhammad again. Mr. Pseudo Sophisticate. You know, he's going to avoid this video as well as all the other people. Because I tagged them. If you look at the video, I tagged them jokers. You look at how this video was titled. In the description of this video, they are tagged. All of them, they tagged. They can't get around it. Can't get around that. Okay. So look, man. Anybody got questions, comments, concerns? Anyone want to challenge the validity of the information that has been demonstrated today? And those of you who are still in disbelief, why are you in disbelief? Yeah, Mustard Rose. He was a fighter, huh? Where y'all at? Not a C. What's up, man? Where you at? He said only dolls rolls matter. Appreciate that, Omar. Appreciate you tapping in, man. I'm sure, old dog, you probably gonna hit the link. I was in and out on the broadcast, now I'm stable. Okay, that's what's up. Yeah, he's down for the count. We planted the first mango tree in America. Sentient Being says that boy ain't letting nothing go. Mudawa. One of the funniest moments in conscious TV history. Yeah, it was. What's going on, old dog?
What up, though, Sean P?
Now,
Hey,
go ahead and explain that to what you were saying in the chat so everybody can, you know what I mean? Because a lot of people can't read the chat. So tell us what was going down, man. Well, how did you end up? First of all, walk us through your day.
Man, you know, I'm chilling, man. On the truth, like I said, I'm at home quarantined this shit, so I couldn't go to work because my wife got COVID, man. So I'm chilling, you know. And I'm just doing my thing on the internet, listening and stuff. And these fools over here talking about aliens and lizard people, man. This is what's going on the Abo channel now. We aliens and we lizard people, bro. So it just pissed me off, man. I'm sorry. I had to jump. I had to jump in, like, for real now, because again, Top Cats had somebody up there on this panel, and the guy was talking about aliens and lizards. And Top Cat, of course, dogging him, making him look stupid and stuff. So I got on there like, yo, when he let me up, I'm like, yo, if you want me to believe you're an Indian, then I gotta believe that this man is an alien. It all sounds the same, nigga.
Logically speaking, right? The same logic.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all sound the same, you know? So it went from there, boy. Then here come A1.
It sound religious.
Yeah, it's overly religious, bro. Sean, when I tell you, man, because Dulcinea that be on Sonetta, she over there. You know, and it's like these people, Dulcinea, I don't know if I think she be on there with sister, what I forget their name, but they pseudo as hell too. So me, I ain't taking no prisoners. I don't care, man, woman, or child. If you talking bad against the African ancestors, I'm on your head. I don't care, you know. So she got to asking questions about my African heritage. I'm like, come on, man, stop with that dumb shit. Nobody want to hear these dumb questions. But I had a mad, man. So when AP said something, I just instantly went off on him. I had him screaming in the phone like Tony Montana when Sosa told him, "You fucked me, Tony. I told you never to fuck me." Tony went crazy. That's what I could imagine. A1 going crazy, man, with his phone up against his mouth. Nigga, I'll beat your ass. Nigga, I'll do this. It was hilarious, bro. I had them all up against the ropes over there, man. I was banging on all of them by myself. When I got up out of there, man. But it was crazy, man. They some sickos, man. They sickos, bro. Sickos, man. And I'm just, you know, I'm not taking no prisoners, man. None.
They're getting this alien shit. Is that where Ali made that bullshit comment from?
Yeah.
What he did the other day that Sutek was talking about? About faces in Venus, or what did he say? Something weird.
Man, they all getting weirder and weirder, dude. I'm talking about the people living under the ground, the Mayans, Top Cats talking about my people, the Mayans, come from under the ground.
Hold on. First of all, he said he was like Cherokee or some shit. Now he Mayan.
Yeah. Man, he putting it all out there, bro. I mean, I promise you, go back and listen to that shit, bro.
Nah, I do that. Nah.
It's crazy.
I'm debating listening to Ali and his whole evolution versus where we really come from video that Sutek was watching, because he invested his time in watching that shit, and every time something crazy was said, he would put it in the chat, and I'd be like, "What are you watching?" He's like, "Ali over here talking about aliens and faces and on other planets." I didn't believe him, bro.
And this is what's this is what's happening now. They transitioning. They from the physical being to the spiritual. You know, the body is just the body and the spirit is the main part. And you know, they were talking, man. I mean, goodness, bro, it's just going south on them real bad. But then at the same time, they want to say that they are the people that's in charge of this, in front of this movement of waking the people up with the truth. Okay. With the truth that they Indians, bro. So, yep, that was my day, bro. All exciting. Yeah, man, it's wicked, man. It's wicked, man. But you did a great job. Thanks for this presentation, Sean, as always, man. Like I say, I mean, I'm glad to know that we have some sane people out here that, you know, we can turn to get the reality of what this is. The research is there, the authenticity is there, and you know, the genuineness is really there, bro. So, like I say, I'm glad I came across y'all on this whatever, this YouTube channel, man. I really appreciate that shit, bro. Straight up.
Man, appreciate you tapping in. Appreciate that too, our ballot. So I mean, I know you a TikTok. TikTok is your way. So I don't know if you got a part or a portion in there where you can clip or whatever you got to do to the video for you to TikTok it, but you can TikTok it. You know what I mean? Where you clip Ali Muhammad saying all this shit about the slave voyage shit, and then we turn around and you can show my demonstration.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that because I just did one. But yeah, I got you.
That's for everybody. You know what I mean? I didn't do it just to be doing it. Like I'm trying to make sure that, like you said, like not a coincidence saying we keep the correct information in the algorithm along with the pseudoisms, then they'll see like where these people are tripping up at. So yeah, he got caught red-handed, man. What up, Kofi? He got caught red-handed. What's going on, Gullah?
What's going on, fellas? What's going on? I'm late to the party.
What's up,
When I came
fella?
here talking about pirates and whatnot. What up, old dog?
Oh yeah. Dan had us putting the story together. Not, you know what I mean? So yeah, the story behind it. Not just looking the ships up and shit, but the people involved in it, and they were privateers. So it was a hijack, bro. The whole, like you talked about last night with the white line. There's a story behind the white line, and he couldn't find it, but how could I find it? Feel me? So it's just a matter of going on slave voyages, finding it, knowing where to go look for it, and providing people with that insight to show how disingenuous he was because he didn't even do his due diligence to even search the Intra-American database to give clarity on these other ships, which there's clarity and they're linked to all the ships he couldn't search for. Because he put the Sal Joe Batista in there when he should have just put S. Giles Batista. And it is what it is, man. What up, Pure? Yeah, they do all sound the same. Yep, I know you got something, though. What you got?
Give me 1 second. I gotta add it to my laptop real quick. I just had it on.
I already knew. Go ahead. Ain't no thing.
Yeah, give me one. Yeah, go ahead, rock out. Give me a couple minutes. I gotta save it to my Google Drive real quick.
Muscle Rolls was a counterfight against Indians. Yeah, and I think people need to understand that too. The whole Muscle Roll thing, the truth and not a coincidence was speaking on. I mean, we always hear about these other roles, but we don't hear about them being on the Muscle Rolls to fight against the Indians since we supposedly them. While we on a whole roll, some of our ancestors are on this roll over here fighting against the Indians and all of that. So
that's a fact. That's a fact, though.
But yeah, so we just keep catching them in his lies, man. You know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing for it. It wasn't no. Listen, this wasn't a long, drawn out thing for me to be able to demonstrate, ladies and gentlemen. I simply just asked myself a couple of questions, and then it just led me to go looking places to answer those questions. Just like really basic questions. Who were the captains on these ships? That was it. Once you understand the story of the white line, you just, even though it says it in there, but you want to kind of know more. So you find out who the captains were. Then you try to search it by captains if you couldn't find it by ship. Then you start getting there because if you go in there and you do the white line, hold up. Let me share my screen real quick. Are you still? Just let me know when you're ready.
I got you. Give me 1 second.
All right. So, for instance, if I just go to Intra-American database again and I just type in instead of the captain of the ship name and I just go to ships, nations, owners, all of that, and I just go in there and do white line, what kind of hit you think I'm going to get now? I'm going to get the white line because I knew where to go search. Although I did it by captain and crew, I still could have did it by the name of it and got what I needed. I can go right back to the same database and search ship name, treasurer, and I'm gonna get the treasurer. and all the shit the treasurer was involved in because it was located in Bermuda. You know what I'm saying? And then it gives us more data on the Antigua, place on specific, where they did some other work. Dude was just sitting there, stealing, willing, dealing, and stealing. But this is a different one, though. This is John Joseph Outreach. Look at that. Now, do I got a book on this slide shit? No, I got the slave. Hold on. Oh, no. I ain't mistaken, bro. I think I got a book. Oh, this shit. Man, hold on 1 second, y'all. He's trying to get us some information while he's still loading up.
Okay, let me know. Yeah, I'm Gucci now. We up.
Are you Gucci? Okay, I can come back to what I'm talking about. Let me know when you got your screen shared, and we can pull it up right now.
I bet.
308.
We on?
All right, boom. I got you coming up right now. Let me full screen you. Boom.
Tinky. So y'all see the book Piracy of the Americas, right? So like I said, when I came in, I saw Brother True Story. What I tell you, each one teach one, and BK in the building, and Brother Sean. Shout out to the Mossy Warrior Clan and all that. And they was talking about, those, like the brother said earlier, just building the backstory, going into a little bit of context and details and whatnot. So I got this book right here, right? And as you see, I'm at the search, right? I'm just gonna type in this right here, African. And we're gonna see what this thing hit us with. All this stuff we should be for. All this is like tabs we should know. We should know about the Asiento, right? Any contract to supply the Spanish crown or its dependencies with goods or services. Foreigners came to misinterpret this word during the 17th century as exclusively meaning the supply of African slaves to Spain's American markets, right? That's one of them on that page. I think that's it in the intro.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna go through. 1692, Beeson was named lieutenant governor for Jamaica and also became a factor for the Royal African Company. So Royal African Company is definitely a tab everybody should be familiar with as far as is participation in the translated slave trade. You know what I mean? And everything we're about to go through is not too much no way around it, honestly. Oh, how did it stop? It's supposed to be doing all the African stuff. Try that one more again. Oh, here we go. Boom. So we got had returned to Persia, Prussia by May 1683, inspiring the elector to dispatch other expeditions that same summer. A little Brandenburger establishment was begun on the West African coast. And their vessels will continue to visit the West Indies. Governor St. Thomas Lynch of Jamaica. So we giving you peoples, right? Different governors, locations, and everything, time frames. And the brother said these pirate ships and these pirateers and everything. 2 or 3 pirate ships have been taken lately, right? And just as far as ships, we could talk about man of war. That's a specific kind of ship that was involved in the Mayaffa. We could talk about schooners, like the Oklahoma College. They mascot Oklahoma Sooners. That was a ship. You know what I mean? And so yeah, we'll keep it going for a little bit longer. But this is just a quick example of just different ways, not even ways, but different stories you can come across different people and whatnot, right? So we got this guy right here, John Cook, right? I'm not trying to be too long with this. I'm just trying to go to straight.
You ain't got number time, bro.
All right, cool, for sure.
Feel how you want to be. Take your time.
So yeah, we got this dude right here, John Cook. And you see when he was in this time frame right here. And yeah, so we got some kits. Let me just go to the meat of it. I'm sorry. All right, cool. Boom. So this guy John Cook used the profits from this coup to plan a second raid against Peru. Cook and his reunited followers leave Chesapeake Bay. We know where that is, right? August 23rd, 1683, aboard his 18-gun Revenge, right? That would be the name of a ship, correct? With a crew of 70 men. It soon became apparent that this vessel would not be adequate to round the Horn. So the Buccaneers steered to the West African coast, where they seized a 36-gun Danish ship off Sierra Leone in November, renaming it Bachelor's Delight. We have another ship. We got captain, we got location, even what type of ship it was, how many straps it had on it. Right, one was an 18-gun Revenge, 70 crew. The next one was the 36-gun Danish ship off of Sierra Leone. Right, and yeah, this stuff isn't. Oh man, it's crazy how people come up with the weirdo talking points and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Because this stuff is easy. Like it's too easy. It's too easy. I was just randomly scrolling trying to find some black pirates one day. Came across this book, and then I see y'all live, and I'm like, holy, they talking about pirates and whatnot, right? So yeah. Mm-hmm. Shit, what we got right here? My Spanish is not that great, so yeah, y'all see the name right there. Naval Service transferring to France's Royal Navy. The Estres made his maiden voyage to the Antilles in 1668. Because of his seniority, noble birth, and influential connections, he was promoted to Vice Admiral du Ponant, or Vice Admiral of the West, in May 1671, sweeping down the West African coast with Admiral Abraham Duquesne on the outbreak of the Franco-Dutch War in the spring of 1672, right? So, I mean, yeah, I'm not going to be too long-winded with this stuff right here. I'll send you this book as well, because there's a lot of info in here, a lot of different people and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? And ships and whatnot, you feel me? So, yeah, that's just a quick little example, bro, as far as this, y'all talking about pirates and whatnot in West Africa and their involvement. So, I just want to add that real quick.
We'll go back to the video, Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
Do the live, man.
So I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do something that I did at the debate. Now they said.
First of all, notice how this name is already up there, right? You see Sal Jao Batista, right? Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind.
When you look at this goes from 1501 all the way through the 1800s. Their number one ship is the White Lion, right?
Fact.
The White Lion is like we got placards all over Virginia from it. This is live now. At the end of this debate, the White Lion should be on here. We're gonna search for it. Y'all ready? Quick. No doubt about it. What the hell, you got the most famous slaves in the damn battle available, bro.
Yeah, so I was
right, and when you look up the amount of slaves that came in 1690,
Dumb and dumber, boy.
Hey, I just want to say something real quick because I'm actually whispering because I'm at Dwight Mann's place of employment and I'm losing my job for you blackologists. But I just want to say this real quick. Yo, who's the boy you're always talking about? John Hawkins.
Yeah.
John Hawkins was a privateer. The difference between a privateer and a pirate is a permission slip. Privateers are just pirates who get a slip with a letter of marque, which is maker's mark, the top of the bottle. That's how they put the letter of marque on documents to give them legal standing. So anyway, the privateers get letters from England or whoever the mother country is to say that you can do these, basically pirate on the high seas. And that's what's happening early on. This is why you see John Hawkins in 1550, whatever, around West Africa and in the Caribbean. That's what he's doing. I say that to say that that's what's going on the Spanish Main. And that's why that's important for people to understand that this is where the pirates come in. They were trying to interrupt what Spain was doing in the New World. They wanted just an eye to keep on what they were doing in the New World. This is why the numbers were small from the English and the Dutch. It was only to keep an eye on what they're doing. It was no intent to settle. If they were going to do anything, they would do trade. So what happens is this Spanish Main is important because they were initially bringing raw silver and gold and then pressing them up when they got back to Europe. But what they found out, this is where Mina means the mine. This is where the minas come in. So what they decided to do was to press up the coins in the New World so they would have some type of mark and a value if they got hijacked. So they would press them up in the New World and they bring them along the Spanish Main. But what's happening in the other direction is they're seeing the ships coming from the Asiento and people are getting contracts. So they're pirating the ships to not take the black people. They're taking like Sean read, whether it's the coins or whatever else has value. Those slaves, if they didn't kill them or throw them overboard, they would then try to go and sell them to pirates along the pirate side of the Dominican Republic, right? If that doesn't work, this is why this is important. I just want to get this part out. This is why the numbers are small that you see in those earlier sightings or sources, right? 20 and odd, the 8 that come to New York, and so forth and so on, because they're what's called refuse slaves. I'm sorry, this is going to hurt the ADOS a lot. A good portion of the early black folks were called refuse, as in trash, because the Caribbean did not accept them. And so what they decided to do was, we're going to need food for the return trip to Europe. So they go to places like Virginia and New York to exchange that small number. This is why the 20 or the 8 comes in for resources to make the trip back to Europe. That's why the numbers are going to be small, with whether it be Jamestown or New Amsterdam or whatever initially. And what's happening is the Dutch, there's the 80-year war and all this other shit I'm not going into. The Dutch are trying to get back at the Catholic folks. So this is why the Dutch are hijacking the ships. Sean, I'll give you Mike back in 2 seconds, but this is also why. This is why Nzinga is important for you to get a full picture of what's going on. So we talk about the Portuguese initially being there. Well, who did Nzinga make fight against each other? She's making the Portuguese and the Dutch fight against each other. Why? Because the Dutch are now coming to West Africa to put pressure on the Portuguese, and this is when the Dutch begin to take over the forts. And this is what Nzinga played them against east other for first her own purposes, obviously, and then she changed up and so forth and so on. So that's what's going on. The Dutch West East India Company, this is important, is set up as a privateer company. The Dutch West India Company, which is in 1621 and starts, is set up specifically to be basically pirates with permission slips. So Gullah mentioned something called man of war. This is why the ships are called man of war, because they're armed with cannons and with guns. That's what makes them a man of war, and they're going out and pirating ships on the Spanish Main to disrupt what the Catholic countries are doing. That's what's going on, and this is why because people had this idea that they went to Jamestown and they were going to exploit slavery. That's not the case. There was no intention to initially to exploit slavery. This is why there were no laws about it in Virginia, and they come 20, 30, 40 years later. Short answer. I'm sorry I was long-winded. I just wanted to say all that because I heard y'all talking while I was working for Dwight and them.
Appreciate that info, brother. What's happening, man?
All right, what's going on, bro? So when you see names like John Hawkins, think of this is what we're talking about. When you see Francis Drake, remember he's another one. So because of their exploits, the Queen. This is where people can Google John Hawkins crest, and people used to use that picture all the time. The Queen then grants him this, and from that springs the foundation of the Royal Navy of England. This is how England got their navy, by getting into this pirating game. We know this. Here's the trick and the key. You can Google this. The official drink of the British Navy was something called grog, Grog. And you know what grog is? Grog is a shitty form of the rum that they were making in the Caribbean. That's the official drink of the British Navy. People can Google it right now. Just type GROG and you'll see it. That's how that can be. It probably says it in the Wikipedia article, like the origins of it. So people can understand, well, why would the British have a rum drink when they don't drink rum? You see?
Mm-hmm.
So that's all like the little shit that the bullet point hustlers don't know because they don't know the story. They just know it from a bullet point perspective. So as you're doing, Sean and Gullah and all you guys, when you start to, not a coincidence, everybody, I don't want to leave nobody out, but when you drill down and you start to understand the story, you see how ridiculous what the bullet point hustlers are saying. Okay?
How to spot a phony intellectual.
Right. There you go, brother. So you know, Gullah, you know my deal. I'm gonna let you talk now. Let it all out. Keep for real. Because if you don't know the story, the longer someone talks, the bigger the hole they're gonna dig. And then Sean comes around, and now the coincidence comes down, and all they gotta do is replay the videos and see how fucking stupid it sounds. Excuse my French.
Yep. Like for good content, teacher moment show. I feel it, bro.
Right. So this is when you slow down the conversation because many of us don't really understand what happened back then. This gives us a chance to get it reinforced as well as slow it down where you can, in your adult life, play the investigator and go find a primary and all the other fun stuff that people like to do to understand. You see what I'm saying? That's the advantage that I know that we have compared to even, when I was younger, when you had to run to a library. It's no excuse now. You can pick up your phone and you can get the primary and find out all these type of things. Right. And people can also job search. So if niggas ain't got no goddamn jobs, if you searching for bones from the goddamn 50,000 BC, you better open up an Indeed or a LinkedIn tab too. Thank you very much. And I hope you guys have a great day. Goodbye.
But yeah, man, it is what it is right there. Pieces to the puzzle, man.
Yep.
There's a lot of information out there, man. Once you start, like you've been doing it for years and you start piecing it all together slowly but surely, it tell a wider scope. But I never really got into the pirates down there. I knew the piracy off the coast of West Africa and their involvement, right? Because we talking illegal slave trade at that point where the schooners become the number one ship for them to go in because they can maneuver what those Navy ships can do what the schooners could do. And then we start seeing the schooners show up, in the late 1800s and all of that, in 1900s with people, and they would only have about 40 or 50 people maximum, you know what I'm saying? Or sometimes 20 people, but they were doing real ripping runs. And even the damn schooner went to China to get some motherfucking people.
That part.
So yeah, it's a lot to it, like you said. Not a coincidence supposed to pull up, man. I guess he trying to go outside and fix him. He said Captain Morgan. yeah.
Hey, a great point though, as far as them bullet point hustlers, man, because even if you was just to hone in on one specific talking point, then why you can always slow it down, go point for point. It's an easy body, and it's countless bodies, bro, because it's too much. The plethora of information is ridiculous, bro. You feel me? And that's it. What was you about to say, Brody?
No, you good.
Yeah, man, this shit crazy.
He said something very interesting in the chat. I'm gonna bring it up because he's right. It's funny that we look at it this way, but this is what happens when you get people from all different perspectives. And we got our island boys working with us on trying to hone in on, it ain't what happened down here. This is what happened down here, type of a deal. And look, lo and behold, the history of the pirates in the Cayman Islands, 1650s to 1730s, almost 100 years of that. And jumping. And then it just goes on and just kind of build on the way EIE was saying in chat. Despite the celebration of Pirate Fest, which runs for 7 weeks for the middle of October each year. The pyrotechnical part of Cayman history is downplayed in favor of District Heritage Days. So, what y'all got going on down there, man?
That shit crazy, bro. Hey, I threw something in the chat real quick, bro. Ain't gonna be too long with it. I'm
Hold on, put it in the private chat.
Got you.
So I can put it up.
Yeah, there you go. Good luck.
I had to go on YouTube and try to grab it. I don't think I got YouTube up.
I'm about to copy and paste it right now, man. But long story short, it's a list of ships that was employed, and yeah, like literally a list of ships, bro. That was, let me see, let me read the specific title, bro. A list of ships employed in the trade of Africa from the port of Bristol. Right, we know where Bristol, not Bristol, Connecticut, no, the original Bristol, right?
Yeah, Bristol, yeah.
Right. Yeah, man.
I got this in the presentation.
Oh yeah, okay, dope. Yeah, if you want to go ahead, go over that real quick, bro. Just zoom in just a tad bit.
Yeah, but I got it right here. Yep.
Yeah.
Employed in the trade to Africa.
Hold on, let me see if they can hear that. I don't think they can. Let me unshare, reshare. It's got audio on it. So, yeah, we played one that had similar information on it, and it just counted up. Yeah, I think I did the other one that counted up like this too. I think on Not a Coincidence channel. Yeah, it's going
A
to
list of ships employed in the trade to Africa from the port of Bristol in 1749. TNA reference CO388-45 PT1F5. On the Gold Coast. 1. Triton. Number of slaves, 150. Value of ships and cargoes, 10,000. 2. Antilope. Number of slaves, 230. Value of ships and cargoes, 5,000. 3. Juno. Number of slaves, 250. Value of ships and cargoes, 5,700. 4. Alexander. Number of slaves, 450. Value of ships and cargoes, 8,500. 5. Volunteer. Number of slaves, 320. Value of ships and cargoes, 5,600. 6. Molly. Number of slaves, 230. Value of ships and cargoes, 5,200. 7. Jamaica Packet. Number of slaves, 360. Value of ships and cargoes, 7,000. 8. Spy. Number of slaves, 320. Value of ships and cargoes, 6,000. 9. Swift. Number of slaves, 280. Value of ships and cargoes, 5,200. 10. Two Brothers. Number of slaves, 300. Value of ships and cargoes, 5,700. 11. Baltimore. Number of slaves, 280. Value of ships and cargoes, 5,500. 12. Polly. Number of slaves, 400. Value of ships and cargoes, 7,500. 13. Fly. Number of slaves, 220. Value of ships and cargoes, 4,600. 14. Jason. Number of slaves, 360. Value of ships and cargoes, 6,600. 15. Sylvia. Number of slaves, 250. Value of ships and cargoes, 5,400. 16. Sabella. Number of slaves, 180. Value of ships and cargoes, 3,400. 17. Cornwall. Number of slaves, 300. Value of ships and cargoes, 6,200. Number of slaves, 5,180. Value of ships and cargoes, 103,100. For the Bight of Benin, Bonny and Calabar. A bight is a curve in the coastline which forms an open bay. To the east of the Bight of Benin is the Bight of Bonny, formerly Bight of Biafra. The bight is part of the Gulf of Guinea. Calabar was a major port in the transportation of African slaves. 85% of slave ships that transported slaves from Calabar came from Bristol and Liverpool merchants. 18. Planter. Number of slaves, 470. Value of ships and cargoes, 6,200. 19. Indian prince. Number of slaves 350. Value of ships and cargoes 4,900. 20. Success. Number of slaves 320. Value of ships and cargoes 4,400. 21. John and Martha. Number of slaves 430. Value of ships and cargoes 5,700. 22. King David. Number of slaves 350. Value of ships and cargoes 5,000. 23. Matilda. Number of slaves 320. Value of ships and cargoes 4,400. 24. Greyhound. Number of slaves 450. Value of ships and cargoes 6,000. 25. Charming Betty. Number of slaves 400. Value of ships and cargoes 5,400. 26. Africa. Number of slaves 320. Value of ships and cargoes 4,300. Continued over. Number of slaves 3,410. Value of ships and cargoes 46,300.
Yeah, this is should have been able to see. Yeah, y'all heard that.
Yeah, man. Hey, that shit crazy, bro. The Greyhound slave ship. That shit been transporting niggas for hundreds of years, bro.
Mm-hmm.
That shit crazy, man. Marlboro, Newport. You know, they might have been on this specific list, but these are all names of ships, you know, that occurred during the Ma'afa. So yeah, this shit crazy.
Yeah, people don't understand that. They don't think that we have names, like we have a continuous list of names and all of that stuff. Like we don't have to fake anything. So for them to sit there and say what they're saying is just them being totally disingenuous. You know what I mean? And now, because this dude debated Jabari, the delusional crew seems to find validity in a person who would deceive us not once, not twice, but there's a multitude of times. Because he also says that he could detox the vaccine, right? So scientifically, he just all over the place. Says, do you have email? I have something. Yeah, I got an email. Or you could just email. Yeah, just email that. I don't want you to email no. Yeah,
brother. Don't get hacked.
Yeah, nah, I ain't tripping. True. That's why I gave him that. Ain't nothing he could try to hack. Add to that email. Nothing.
Lobitos. What is that?
Yeah, man. Look, you know what I'm saying? So there you go. We got a guy that's making it. What was Liverpool's role in slavery in the 1790s? Liverpool controlled 80% of the British slave trade and 40% of the European slave trade. The reason for Liverpool's libidos. What you trying to argue here?
That seemed like something you type in Chat GPT and then he just copied their response with some of it because that should be way longer than that. But like the way that comment is framed, he asked the question then answered it. I don't know. That's interesting.
Yeah, we all know about Liverpool. Liverpool provides us with primary sources in regard to everything that we were talking about. But as far as just being in the islands, right? There's other. I think. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull this up. Like the shipwrecks. Think about those. Now go back and think about learning about those ships in the islands that shipwrecked in the Caribbeans. Do you not see the intent behind some of that shit? Like these ships was going through there for a long time, yo. We're talking hundreds of years. To all of a sudden start just shipwrecking all of a sudden. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Yo, y'all got the screenshot of the science degree. Yo, that's funny as shit, bro.
You can't beat that.
Zoom in, bro. Let the people see. Yeah.
Beat that, bro.
The spell check ain't pop up when he was making that. Like, I don't know, man. That's crazy.
No, I don't think so. It's about as close as I can get it.
Yeah, that good right there, yo. Yeah, you just let that thing marinate. That's crazy.
Yeah, we got it right there. Oh, Ali.
I always wanted to ask him, is Islam indigenous to America too, or what?
Man, and he don't fucking know. He don't know, bro. I ain't even gonna lie. He don't know. He just be making it up. Any man to tell us we come saying all the other stuff, he crazy. So I want to before let me see. Let me let hold on 1 second, Ivan. I don't know who you is, but let me let you on real quick. Hey, you gotta mute it. Yeah, background noise. I already muted it. Let me show y'all something real quick. So, serendipitous saga of Danish slave trade frigates, Christianos Quintus V and Fredericcus Quartus IV, wrecked in 1710 by Lynn Harris. So they're talking about a slave ship down there in the Caribbean under Danish rule. You know what I'm saying? But look, when you were talking about the pirates, when you and Danny were talking about the pirates, the British pirates, the way they be influencing shit, bro. But here's the other thing: the Mosquito Indians, their allies, engaged in slave raids in Costa Rica. So think about that. And who is these Indians that were the allies and that participated in the slave raids? See, they can't hide they got some involvement in there. Now, if y'all claiming to be indigenous to America, what y'all doing participating in shit like this, bro? And guess who you call black people, bro? Let me show y'all what these people rocking like.
They got some explaining to do, bro.
You gonna call them niggas, right? That's what they gonna call them. They gonna call them black people. Look at them. They gonna call them black people. You know what I'm saying? That's what they gonna say. That's what they gonna call them.
Mm-hmm. Where was that?
What's up, Ivan? These are the mosquito
Hey,
people.
hey, what's up, brothers? I decided, it's crazy. I did hey, I'm on the phone. I decided that I did one on Ali too, man. Ali's ridiculous, bro. These albums are getting more crazier and crazier by the minute. Like, they phenotype doesn't match up their statement, bro. I just don't understand, like, how Ali literally just said, just because you look like Africans, that doesn't mean you're African. I'm like, what? That's like saying just because you look like ketchup, that doesn't mean you're ketchup. It's like, bro, it's like these things are getting crazier. It's getting crazier, King. It's getting super.
Tell everybody who you are. Tell everybody who you are and your issue with the elbows.
Okay, yeah. So my name is I have a YouTube, by the way, guys. It's Scam Likely /UR2 podcast. Go check it up. I did a review on Ali. And I'm a, basically Pan-African, man. I feel like we all originated from, Africa because it's so diverse. I don't know when we left, but I feel like we all originated from there. My tribe is also the Garifuna tribe. And what makes my tribe special, brother, is that we still speak our native tongue. Still to this day. We originated in St. Vincent. We have a song that actually trace our ancestor all the way to the West African tribe. All the way to the West African tribe.
Hold on, so say your tribe again.
Garifuna.
And where's that tribe located in?
So we originated in St. Vincent. We lost to the British. We actually beat the British twice. We ended up losing to them. So we end up in Honduras, Guatemala, and Belize. We end up there after we lost to the British. If you look at it, if you Google Garifuna, now you can see our phenotype. We look black as hell, man. I don't know why people keep trying to deny. They're like, just because you guys look black and look African doesn't mean it's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, I recommend everybody to go study them, man. That's really, we still have our language to this day. I can still, it's crazy. It's insane. But no, I'm with I just disagree with Ali, man. I just disagree with Ali. So yeah, that's based. What happened?
No, I said I hear you.
Yeah, so it's like these albums are getting more crazier, bro. It's getting more crazy, and it doesn't make any sense. And the reason why it don't make any sense because if you look how far Europe is from America, Europe is not that far. So Europeans got their own features, right? We know how Europeans look, right? Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So Europe is like what 5,000 miles away. So we know how Indians look, right? We know how we can look. We know how Asian look. We know Asian got different variations of look, and Africa is the most furthest place from America, and we resemble them more. How's that possible when you so far away from a place? When people use.
It's
People got to use
easy.
a little.
There's a couple of explanations of that. For one, because of where the people are located near the equator, they're going to have a darker skin tone to protect them against the UV rays of the sun.
Right.
So that's dealing with phenotype. Now,
Right.
what you have to do is you have to go look. Have you taken a DNA test?
Yes.
Okay. Which DNA test you take?
The DNA test. Actually, my mother took it. That's why I said yes. She took it. That's what we found out.
What she take?
I
23
gotta
and
ask her to double check, brother.
Okay. So you don't know a haplogroup?
No, I don't. Yeah, I gotta check, but she has it. That's why I'm like even believe more of our story. That's why I believe in the story.
You gotta take one because your mother's only going to show one side.
Okay,
so in order to get the other side right, you got maternal and paternal. She's only going to gather one side. You want to make sure you got both. So I highly suggest that you do it so that you can put your story all the way together. So that you can speak in reference to your existence, how you came to be, and when you mix with certain people down there in the island area, and what y'all got going on. I ain't denying none of that. I'm just saying, kind of get it in because we know that there were indigenous people that were there that did, mix with the Africans that would drop in that place, and then you come up and then you have, like you said, there's a lot of history there for you to uncover. So I would highlight. But yeah, Ali is a nut. You know what I'm saying? We can see that he's a nut.
Yeah, because you're right. Genotype doesn't always match phenotype. My only thing is with the albos. Some albos some albos I like the Real Talk with Tim and I think it's Phoebe if I'm not mistaken. I like them because they don't separate because they believe in a turtle island, so they don't separate the Caribbean Aboriginals with the North American and the Central American Aboriginals. Now I'm with that. But when they start separating, we different, we this, we that, not knowing that, like you guys were saying, we was all trading with each other. So genotype doesn't always match phenotype. You get what I'm saying? So that's my only. I feel like you got to argue, man. At least argue with common sense. When people start saying, "Oh, we not them, we not that,"
well, common
it's kind of hard.
And in science, so they don't have that, and we shouldn't use that. We just should stick to the evidence that we do have to support our position. And by proving it by using the evidence, then we should be good to go. If we can't, we don't have the supportive evidence, then we just need to walk the other way or kind of mute out of that discussion and let other people dissolve the issue and hash it out according to whatever evidence that we can bring forth.
Yeah, I think it just I understand, and like I said, I was watching our page, and I think you guys doing good work, for the people. I just think people get too stuck on tribalism, not knowing that half of these cultures, man, come together and make something new, and cultures constantly always evolving. You know what I mean? So that I think that what people get mistaken, like, yo, this one phenotype group can mix with another phenotype group and constantly changing, cultures and time. You know what I mean? So like I said, so
real rap.
You said what happened?
Real rap.
Yeah, man.
That's your partner?
No, I don't know real rap. No.
Okay.
No, I don't know real rap. But yeah, that's.
Peace, Ivan. How you doing, bro? My name Gullo, bro. I got you a quick question, bro.
Yes, sir.
So you're talking about your culture and whatnot, right? I'm highly intrigued and whatnot. If you don't mind, well, hey, type it in the private chat. You know what I mean? Because you want us to look it up or whatnot. I don't know how to spell it. No disrespect to nobody. I just don't know how to spell it right. But B, you was talking about I got the African origin, oral history and whatnot. I was going to ask you what else, any like other African carryovers are you familiar with the whatnot? And that's it.
Oh, with my culture.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, so with the so it's always theories. We don't go, we can't go all the way back. It's always theories. So one theory, the British that we went to war with, they had their records, and they think it, we started, on the shipwreck, the 1600s. That's when we brought the Western African culture. Some believe we come from the Mali, which I believe we come from the Mali, and they was here before the shipwreck, and they fused with the African that came and the native. Similar story to y'all. But the reason why our culture is so great, man, I could speak the language called the Garifuna language. I can still speak it to today. The thing and I'm gonna type it down so everybody can look. The thing what makes it special, we have a song that's 400, and you guys can look it up too right now. We have a song that's 400 years old that we sing called Mali. Gunu Ma. I'm saying it right. I'm gonna type it down so you guys can look it up. We have a song that really tells you where we come from. Now, if you type in our dance, that's called Punta, and the Mali dance, it looks so much similar. You can't even deny it, and we still do the dance to this day. So it's crazy, brother. It's crazy. It's crazy. We still was able to preserve our culture. We do it. We still do the dance. It's called Punta, Punta. We still do it in Honduras. We still do it in Guatemala, and we still do it in Belize. So it's pretty dope, man. Pretty dope. But all right, that's it, man. I'll let y'all have it. I'm gonna put the name on the chat so everybody else can search it, and do your research. So, all right, brothers.
Appreciate that, dog.
All right, you good.
The black carrot.
What you about to say, bro?
Mere antelopes from Africa. My music.
Nah, I think that was my end. My fault, bro. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Nah, you good. But yeah, so back to what I was saying, that like I said earlier, they're mixed with African and indigenous American ancestry. It's people. That's why he's saying what he's saying.
Was the Afro-Caribbean? What would that go under? What label is that?
They just got them as black carrots.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because they got African ancestry and indigenous. So they just, like I said, they mixed in that island. You know what I mean? You know what happened when people get together, man? You start seeing them, that big backside.
yo, you killing me with that.
Yeah, you see them humps. Yeah, man.
That's what it is, all them yam. That's lit, bro. That's what's up, man.
Nah, well, he ain't claiming to be that though. He didn't claim to be an Abo. Riptures. He didn't do that. He didn't bust that move. But I think we got a lot out of dealing with specifically one of the contentious points of the debate that we never seen. So Juju, you were a moderator during this debate, and earlier Rabon had asked a question, but I don't think that Rod's still in the chat, but he had posed a question about Jabari. So I want to know from you, did Jabari try to counter Ali when he did this? So let me bring the video back up. I know there's a few people who were not here when we began the video. So when this transpires in the video, right? I mean, hold on, let me get here. Boom.
That I did at the debate. Now they said.
First of all, notice how this name is already up there, right? You see Sal Batista, right? Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind.
When you look at this goes from 1501 all the way through the 1800s. Their number one ship is the White Lion, right?
Fact.
White Lion is like we got placards all over Virginia from it. This is live now. At the end of this debate, the White Lion should be on here. We're gonna search for it. Y'all ready? Quick. No doubt on it.
So Khalil said that he did not do it. So he didn't do this during the debate. He did this in the after show. When did he pull up Slave Voyages and look for the White Lion? Juju or Khalil? So he lied about doing it during the debate among his people. I got to say his people because them the only dumbasses that will follow him. He never did it at all? So the first time we get this is during the after show with his own people?
It's a scam. That shit he set that shit up, bro. Premeditated hustle. That's a premeditated hustle, bro. Oh shit, that's what it sounds like right now. I wasn't there, so I don't know. We're going off these.
Juju said he did. Hold up. When did he do it? During the after show or the debate? Let's clear that up. Okay. Debate. Okay, so how did Jabari respond? How did he did? I didn't watch much of the after show. Okay. So look, not a coincidence. Had to take the train home. What happened was they had a whole bunch of people on there.
They had to check the temperatures, yo. It's all good. I ain't tripping.
Still trying to talk about the man. F that fight.
That dude last night was crazy, bro.
Yo, so okay. So he did this, right? And we know that he did this, but I'm trying to figure out if Jabari responded appropriately. They said Jabari brought up Van Sertima argument. Is that true? I don't care nothing about that. My focus is on dude. So if he couldn't find this, ladies and gentlemen, I've already shown this several times during this video. But if he couldn't find this, he was intentionally either trying not to find this or he did not know how to search. And he did not know the story of the White Lion. And he did not know how to co-opt any of the other information that is provided to us in regarding to the people that are the first Africans that arrived in the Americas. So that goes back to proving the point, right, that their bullet point dudes. Hold up. Let me try to. All right. So I X'd out of something real quick. Now, all of these are Intra-America, and let me see if I can make this bigger. All of these, right? Let me see. And it's a lot of them. 1,919 pages. 1,919 pages. 28,773 entries. Can y'all see this? All of these that I'm showing on the screen right now are Intra-American slave trade databases.
I ain't even gonna hold you. You might want to go over what intra mean, because there's a lot of slow people out here, bro.
So look, when we click on this, right, it's gonna tell us the same story as others, and we can go and find out to clarify it and be exact. And then they got the evidence of it. So you remember, we have to take into account. Look, slaves disembarked in America. The vessel Portuguese. You know dang on well these people were jacking the Portuguese. Look. Antonio Gomez. Haven't y'all heard that name before? Somewhere in the history books? Gomez? Hold on, let me let somebody on. Look who it is.
What's good? What's good? Gullah, peace. Sean, peace.
What's happening, man?
What's up, man?
What's good? Sean talking shit.
Yeah.
Nah, go ahead, Sean. Go.
Yeah. Nah, but basically, all of these are intra-American slave trade, right? So, like Gullah said, you got to deal with the intra. Intra is just on the inside within, right? On the inside or within. Just keep it simple. Just a quick little inside or within. So these were all the inside trades that transpired. There's 28,773 entries of that. And most of them, they have the names of those ships, the locations, and the captain's names. And as we go through, the earliest ships of Intra was 1550, all the way up until. And we got data on that. Brazil, the Caribbean. Come on, man. The margarita. Somebody want to drink? And we can go ahead and see if they're linked to anything, but we have the data there. But your boy wanted you to, not a coincidence, to go ahead and do this right here, add up all the numbers.
Yeah, and then get an average. Like, come on, man.
Right.
Like, what's the point of that even?
Right.
Like, that shit proves nothing. But Sean, if I was an Ali Muhammad follower, I would be upset because, like, just like what I showed yesterday, you were showing today about the 1619 story. He knows the ship because he had the ship in the original search bar. So that just shows the.
You look it up like that, it doesn't show up with the SIO in front of it. It's got to be just like you got to take
still.
that.
So he was doing some type of research to be looking to understand the story that this was the ship that came from Africa. Right? He has to know that because it was in the search bar, whether he spelled it wrong or whatever. He knows of it. And that's the deceitful part right there. So then he knows the white line is not going to pop up in the Atlantic slave trade database because it didn't come from Africa. He knows these things. So like you brought up, it's the bandits and the stupid. He's definitely part of the bandits.
So yeah, man. Yep, you're right. For his game. Yep. In the stupid book.
Yep, exactly.
Because he has to take from other people in order for him to gain. You're absolutely correct. But look, like he go to ships right there though. You know, even if you in the basics, you know, they right there, the two hijackers.
And they're right where they in the database they should be in.
Right. You know, so yeah, I don't know. Well, I don't know. I think he's stupid. You called him a bandit, which might be better suited, but he might be both. Shit.
I mean, you don't have to be that smart to lead stupid people, right?
Right.
Not if they're looking for something.
He can still be stupid and lead them. You know what I'm saying? But I just feel like he knows the story, and he's just trying to omit certain parts of it to push the narrative, which is worse. I would rather you just be stupid and you just overlook something than to know it and trying to get over on people. That's worse.
Yeah, he's one of the originators of pushing the narrative, so he knows the sleight of hand shit. So that's what he does. And it's crazy that you caught that too. It's real crazy that you caught that. Because that's the whole reason why he put it up there, right? So he knew the original shit, and he knew the white lion. So he just he was so busy putting on the show, doing this Barnum and Banneker shit.
Yeah,
that
he forgot to erase it.
That it was still in the input field. But he's savvy though. That's his whole shit. He's slick with words and syntax and shit like that. You got to really pay attention to what he do because he do sleight of hand shit. Nah, but Sean, I don't remember him doing that during the debate, man. Like I told you, I must have been asleep or something.
No, ain't no thing. You know, so we don't catch everything at first glance anyway. You always gotta, when it come to that. Now, if I ain't gonna lie to you, I would have watched that debate if it was Rob Warren or Danny, somebody I know that's gonna do their due diligence, right?
Mm-hmm.
To actually be able to present and represent for us. Not saying that Jabari didn't do a good job or can't do that, but you know, I have my doubts in regard to previous work that he's done before, and I just got more trust in the research methodology of, you know what I'm saying, Rob Bourne and Danny in that argument, especially Danny in that argument.
Yeah, because they know how to get into the nuances of it. Jabari just covers like the top level, which was enough. You know what I'm saying? Because Ali's whole argument is BS. But when it comes to that whole argument about if Africans was here prior to Christopher Columbus, Jabari's kind of shaky on that. You know what I'm saying? Because he still comes from that paradigm of, you know, Leo Van and Ira Van Sertima and all of them cats. So he kind of wavers on that, which I don't know why he does, but I mean, he still says that there's not enough evidence and things of that nature. He doesn't actually submit to the full blown out narrative that they do. But yeah, I wish. But I mean, like I said, Ali is savvy, man. He know he ain't gonna have a conversation with Danny or Rob Bourne or even you or anybody from the Mossy clan or anything like that. He not stupid.
Okay, I wasn't gonna say nothing, and it's you guys' show, and I'm gonna send my old ass down somewhere. But let me clear something up. God damn it! The difference between Indo and oregano is what I tell you. It's a big difference. Go ain't smoking no goddamn oregano. He's trying to smoke some Indo. Okay, so what I mean by that is
early am thinky.
The reason I say that is something like this, y'all. And I think it was Rob Bourne or no, it wasn't Khalil. He don't know. Somebody sent me the picture because I didn't watch the debate. And to your point, guys, this isn't bullet point hustling. You can ask Sean and Gullah from when they first met me, whatever. You have to really understand the story. You have to read. You can't get over just bullet point hustling. And so what I mean by that is, I think it was Rob Bourne. So Rob Bourne sent me a picture that I showed. I don't know if Gullah remember this. I showed it in some video long time ago, and I said I'm not going to tell people about it. And do y'all remember this picture? I guess Ali pulled up in the debate. It was a black man
Yes,
hanging.
brother, the African king.
Uh-huh.
He showed it, but he didn't show the other
Rob
one.
Warren told me he said it was the African king.
He said it was the African king, which it was. You know it was, but not.
It is.
Not in the sense,
what was the rest of the story? Can y'all enlighten me, please?
He didn't tell the rest of the. He didn't tell the rest of the story. He just said that guy was an African king in relation to Africans already being here.
No, that guy was elected.
That's how he fashioned it.
Okay, so that guy was elected a king. But here's the thing about history on the front part. Hope Vias is in the chat, whatever. I think it's free African Americans or whatever. You can get the primary if you want. I told people that as early as the 1500s that they was bringing them here in the mandate, right? I think it was it 15, 10, 18, 20. I'm getting old now. But you'll find it. And I specifically said that they were Christians because I was trying to emphasize the first people enslaved in the Americas were Christians. So it goes against them saying, well, they was non-Christians. No, they was Christians and they was black. That's for when you argue with Dwight and them. But when dealing with this, the point is that is connected to the primary documents of who they are. That was a revolt that took place. That's why they were hanging. The reason that the guy has a cross on his hand, did I not tell you that they were? Christians. That's right, Christians. Those were the people you talk about when you're saying that they sent those initial ones who were Christians, because that's what the document mandated that they be, to be sent over to the New World. Guys, I have It's a 14. I'll give you the name, Sean, because I might have said it 2 years ago. It's like a 1,400-page, not just codex, but book that talks about all that's going on. I think it's specifically in Peru and somewhere else.
Like southern Mexico.
Between what? Things like people like Negros and Indios. And guess what, y'all? There's at least 20 pages of drawings of who the Indians are. Well, guess what, y'all? In that same document, I think I have 2 or 3 pictures of an Indian woman and a Negro man together because they was together plotting to steal something. You can see the distinctions in drawings. What I'm trying to tell y'all is they had the Indian, and the Indian ain't nowhere near tawny or what's the other S word? Swarthy. None of that.
They gray. They color them gray. That's the distinction that you could tell.
But what I'm saying is, and this is why I went on my little rant last week and a couple weeks posting all this stuff, is somebody can present to you a document that could be a historical, real document, but if you don't understand the context of the meaning behind it, they can still pull an okie doke on you, and you're going to fall for it. Why? Because they have actually shown you a real document. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yep.
Like, I could go pull something and craft a whole story about something and throw the lies in there and sprinkle some truth, and you'll accept it because why? Well, he showed the document, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't understand the story or the source or who wrote it, all the shit Sean and Kofi all are trying to tell you who wrote it, why they wrote it, when they wrote it, all that other shit, that shit matters. So I can come on and show you a document that is an actual document of a black man in the Americas hanging with a cross in his hand, all primary documents, and tell you, did he tell you, you can get it from such and such and such and such. You know, you can throw all that in there when you know it's primary, but you don't know the story. You see what I'm
He
saying?
ain't gonna tell you where it came from because it has the other stuff there that he left out.
Ha ha ha.
And then
That's only in certain
he plays
places.
talk show hosts, and then
That's
now
only
he's
in
listening
certain
in.
places when you get it from the university that then goes on to show you that actual document. It's not written in English, obviously, but they have the translations written on the side of it. And as you go through the pages, you obviously can see what's going on. But this is the okie doke that's going to continue to happen. I'm trying to tell people early on, yo, it's as easy as somebody sitting down. Yo, I got pictures right now I can show you. You won't think they're AI at all. At all. You dig? So if somebody gives you a picture, you, as researchers now with all of this woke-topian shit, should investigate it. And where did you get that picture from? I should be able to go and find it. And then it's up to you, just like you go to the museum and you look at the little shit at the bottom, to tell you what the hell you looking at. Yes? Or you're going to go to the museum and see an African mask, and you're going to make up some whole ass story by yourself. Oh, this is when they was initiated, and they used to do it. And make up some shit when the shit at the bottom tell you it was for whatever type of ceremony. Huh?
I'm not here to do research, brother. I'm here to be satisfied with my thirst, with my ableism.
I agree. So if that's the case and you see that, are people getting how not just this, but the future is going to be dangerous if the emphasis isn't on teaching people how to research.
Right.
Then no matter where they go and what they do, they're going to have the skill set and the tools to do it. But the emphasis is, oh, yo, look at my research. You're not imparting on somebody, well, when this nigga leave the fray, how am I going to get to this shit? Then you're going to be relying on your guard. You see how a cult leader starts to form? Huh?
Yep.
If I take you down, I tell you all these fly stories about the pond while I'm fishing, and when I'm fishing, yo, you want some fish? Yo, cook up, son. Yo, Sean, go cook the fish, blah, 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 blah. Well, what happened when I'm not around no more? Instead of, that's that whole analogy or whatever of, I would have been better if I taught you how to fish so you can stop watching me run my mouth fish and do everything. So you got the tools whether I'm here or not. Yes?
Yeah.
start to get the Bibles with the red letters in it.
Right. Trying to tell you a million times, yo, go talk to me. Go read that whole big ass book over there. Don't ask me shit. Because then all the questions that you want and that you're gonna form right there. Yes, Sean? Tell me.
Yep. While you're reading.
And it's not me, with the source. Yes?
Yep.
Now, Gullah, here you go, y'all. On top of that, then I said, well, since you smarty out niggas is gonna say what? I know Kofi somewhere, but I think he just talked about that today. Well, if you tell them the slave trade and Hugh Thomas, they're gonna tell you, well, that's the cracker saying something and blah, 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 right?
Right.
So then you go, well, here's Elizabeth Donnan's work where all of the primaries are here and where they're located.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Hugh Thomas, Eric Fonda, whoever they want to bring up. It's a fact.
So now you have confidence when I say, yo, Sean, go read that shit. Yo, Gullah, read that shit, man. Like, okay, because I know y'all, and the reason I keep mentioning because these are two ones that'll say, well, where this come from? What about that? What about that? Well, here you go. Boom. Huh?
Yeah, you're right. We got to dig, man.
That's a fact, bro.
So, Sean, your son knows, we all know, he said the Negro digs up his past.
He sure did.
Did he do it with his hands or did he have tools to know how to dig?
He had the tools to know how to dig.
Just saying, y'all. Because otherwise, you see y'all and all these channels now just exposing it like crazy, and you see how they got to backpedal, and somebody mentioned earlier, now the aliens got to come back in.
Yeah.
Yo, we need to get back on super melanin again. That's going to pop back up.
Sticky icky.
We're going to need some super melanin, and we're going to need a new word. What was the word y'all was using for a while? Delineate. We're going to need one of them type of words to pop up. So now you open up a can of worms where, hey, dumbass, this ain't 20 years ago where you got to go to the library and get all these damn slave ships. You literally go to where the slave ships is.com and so you go, well, what day? Well, let's see how many left in August. Well, let's see how many was on this ship. Well, we noticed in the pattern why they got so many people going there during these particular months. Then we learn about trade winds. Huh? Then we know, well, that makes sense. Now we get, well, trade winds and some crazy shit because now we know who and what they was trading.
Yep. And why?
Sugar come into play, then tobacco and all that other shit.
Yo, check it out, y'all. Y'all done heard that term in various forms their whole life. Oh, that's the trade winds. You ain't think it was your goddamn ancestors.
Right.
Huh?
You're right. Yeah, absolutely. Nobody was thinking like that.
So when we slow it down, like you guys just did, do you realize, I don't know how many people you got in the chat or whatever, for you just to mention things like the intracontinental part of this trade, how many people have no idea about this? So they can't understand the concepts of how you could be in Jamaica or Barbados on Sunday and then Thursday you over in Charleston. Then they somehow totally wipe out something called seasoning. Here you go, Sean. You're going to throw this. Here go the science. I gave one to the science people. Y'all watch this. Now, if we know and it's documented that they have a seasoning process, that is something that the science guys are going to tell you, like, we're going to try to get you adapted to this environment. Why? Because it's a goddamn foreign environment.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hey, check this out.
I need to say that again.
I'll raise you one truth. You say seasoning, I'm gonna give you the pest houses.
Right.
Island.
So when you are dropped off in Jamaica or Barbados, and they wanna hope you do they get the small? You'll see advertisements? Here's the expression you look for: pitted for smallpox. Well, did they have the smallpox and survive the shit? Well, good, huh? Okay, well, did they have a case of malaria or whatever and survive the shit or whatever the shit? So if that shit's gonna happen, if your ass is gonna survive, that's part of the background noise. Y'all, my bad. That's not my Harley. Mine's is in the shop. I'm lying. That's what a seasoning process is for. So we got to stop and be like, well, why they got to get seasoned? I thought they was from here.
Right. Nah, they
see where I'm going?
Yep, it's facts. What up, Unc? You on mute?
Well, what's up,
I
family? How y'all doing, man?
There you go. You go on mute now.
What's going on, man? How you doing, bro? Truth or fool?
No, that's my man. Go ahead, talk. Pick it up. Go for it.
No. I'm I like to sit back and shit. I come over here, man, to actually sit back and listen to y'all and learn some shit, man. Be honest with you, man. It's good to be able to do that.
Your boy?
Huh?
So you was at the debate.
I was there firsthand, yo.
All right. So now we can get our questions answered because we didn't know the answer to this question.
Right.
So when the Slave Voyages website comes up, was this during the debate or the after show?
I think it probably was after the show. I didn't see it during the somebody probably brought it up in the after show. I don't think I seen it during the debate. I don't remember.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I knew I didn't see it.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
So all right, because we were asking because we wanted to know what was Jabari's counter to his searching the Slave Voyages database to come up with an incomplete hit.
Oh, yeah, he didn't. Yeah, nothing. Jabari was accurate. Matter of fact, Jabari was calling out all the stuff he was going to do before he did it. That's what made it a real wild environment for Ali. You know what I mean? Like, we already got the answer to the test, all that, man. The Mossy then did hundreds of shows on it, interactions with him. The material was clearly out there. At this point, if you want to play Cowboys and Indians, come on, man. Truth in them, man. They didn't had the whole early American history tied down all the way up to present. To the point we used to fight over it. I want to teach ancient. No, I want to teach. Come on, man. Get mad at each other. Oh, come on, man. So,
all facts. He's right.
So
don't make no sense. Now we got it all together now. There you go.
Yeah, now we all together realizing all the shit was crazy. And the thing is so tight now that nobody really can get in, yo. I mean, we go through our ups and downs, but now we all seasoned across the board, yo. We stronger together than against each other, yo. Anybody that got behaviors need to be corrected, we corrected, yo. And at the end of the day, yo, if an African American is actually tuning in to different shows, man, they're gonna get the right thing, and they can move from channel to channel and get different levels of their history, bro. If you want to do the African thing, you can do the Mossy, the Kofi, right? That's gonna be accurate information. We didn't foot over the little pieces that we felt like wasn't right. We can go to Truth Story and their whole thing. We didn't foot over all the Christians, and he didn't got me saying, yeah, the Christians did do a lot. I had to get away from certain things, right? Had to get away from certain misinformation. So I think we really helped each other to grow, and we're in the golden age of what we're doing, man. I think it's just a beautiful thing, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go ahead and reach out to Asar. I ain't calling him Wu Jai, yo, because he just arrogant as hell. I ain't calling him, but I'm definitely reach out to Asar for a minute, right? And when I'm ready to call Wu Jai 10 times before he pick up, then I'm gonna do it. But it's definitely a real strong thing we got here. And imagine this, yo. Imagine if we didn't have all the counters well organized now. This whole thing is taking off in the African American community, bro. Right? That people really thinking that's what it is. And it's a real big movement. And it's just glad for us to be in place, man. We can handle that. Easy work now, yo. Right? So, hey, man, you know what it is, man.
Yes. So I wanted to know it, and Rob Bourne wanted to know it early, and others because he really didn't. Correct. Huh?
I'm just saying, shout out to Rob Bourne. Go ahead.
Yeah. So he really didn't even search correct. So again, we just continue to keep catching him in his lies. You know what I mean?
Sure. Don't forget on that video, he says that he did it in the debate.
Nah,
Yeah,
he didn't do it in the debate. That's what
Can I
I'm
ask
saying.
a question? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
What was the purpose of him searching for it? Like, what was the point?
To say it was the most
say that
like
the White Lion didn't
famous
exist.
ship and it didn't exist. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not in the database. Yeah,
What name is not in the database?
The White
the White
Lion,
Lion.
the slave ship.
Oh,
That bought 20
because
odd slaves in Virginia in
But what he
1619.
did was he looked in the transatlantic slave trade database instead of the intercontinental database. It's in the intercontinental database. It's not in the transatlantic slave trade database because it didn't come from Africa.
And it was a pirated ship, and how they got those people in the first place.
Exactly.
Oh, so they were sneaking it. So they wanted to be off schedule.
No.
Pirated.
So here it is. The English. Here's the easy part right here on from the beginning. The English ain't even really in the game like that yet. So why would they be bringing Africans over to there? Just that. Oh, we got 20 people over here. We need to bring y'all some Africans. No, makes no sense. So what's happening? Like I was explaining to them earlier. Okay, so I like to reach for popular culture stuff, so I know it'll stick and resonate. So ask ourselves this: we watched all these pirates of the Caribbean. Did we ever ask ourselves, well, what were they pirating? So we go into that and we slow it down, Sean. Like we said, damn, I done heard the Spanish Main in there, and we got Captain Jack Sparrow, and they coming from England. Well, but what are they pirating? Well, they're pirating the ships that are on the Spanish Main. And we always associate the pirates' treasure being what? Being the gold, right? And then the thing opened up and all the gold pop out. Well, where'd the gold come from? The gold came from the minas, M-I-N-A, or the mines that they had the people working in. You see what I'm saying? The shit all coming. Okay, well, damn, okay. Now we got the Spanish over in the Spanish Americas doing this. Well, they can't bring people direct because that's part of what Ankh put on years ago, are all these papal bulls. When the world gets split up, part of that is that, well, you ain't gonna have nothing on the West Coast, so you won't have access to the West Africans. You gotta have these thing called asientos or contracts. So you contract them out and so forth and so on. The Portuguese is now doing this with them as well. My point is they're going back and forth. You got the gold on there going, but now this is where Nzinga come in, the other person we could put in here. They're in that region, Congo, Angola, and they're bringing them people over here in smaller numbers. So what happens is the English, this is where names like John Hawkins and Francis Drake come in, are pirating those ships to take the gold to support them building the ships that they want to now get over in the New World. So what happens is now when we look at the numbers and it's saying 20 and odd Africans in this and 8 over here and 6 over here, it's because those was the ones on the ship, sometimes being free under Spanish rule and working, and others extra slaves that they couldn't sell nowhere. You understand? That's why the numbers are small, because the money maker and where they was supposed to be going was either to Mexico and that Republic, or what the Spanish got in, other places that they digging for all this stuff. I'm saying all like this. Okay.
Now I just wanted to ask you, if I'm not mistaken, didn't she reward John Hawkins with that banner and he got the African heads on it, symbolizing?
Okay, so right. Yeah. So then when we get into the bigger part of history, we're connecting the start of the British Navy, which becomes the biggest in the world, to them snatching your ass up out the jungle. And how do we do that? We trace that to the name that we already know through as soon as our eyes get woke to woke-topianism in John Hawkins. Well, none of us are going back to see, well, how does John Hawkins play in this? You'll see that he was a privateer, pirate, right? Privateer, because he got permission from the Queen to do what, y'all? To go and raid the Catholic ships because they are Protestants. That's what those people started. That's why they're out there being adventurers. And so you get the booty and you have to give a certain percent. I'm not getting into that part with the Queen and all of that other shit like that. But yes, he does that. So I asked Sean to pull up something called grog, another popular culture thing, because it's associated with drinking, right? Well, if you look at what that is, ask yourself, why is that the official drink of the British Navy? something that was created in the Americas. Getting back to the original point, so anyway, they pirate ships like the San Juan Bautista, Spanish names. I said Anthony Johnson's name was originally Antonio Negro because they're under Catholic rule. That's why they have Iberian names, those early Africans. So the ship like that gets hijacked. They take the riches, whatever. They sell the ones that they think is worth something in Jamaica and Barbados. So now we need food to go back to Europe. And so they go along to these little small things that's built, and they know about this people over there in Virginia and a couple of places in Florida and shit like that, right? So they go over there, and I told people, when you look through history, you got to take your feelings out the way. You were called refuse slaves because you were refused by Jamaica and Barbados. So that's why you were the scraps. Well, what are we going to do with these scraps? Well, take them over there and we get the ones that's not too afflicted or whatever for things like pork and beans and other products so we can have food for the return trip to England. That's why the numbers are small. And the Dutch got into the game some way. That's why they say a Dutch man of war pulled in. It was English people flying under a Dutch flag because the Dutch had that right or whatever that they was doing through the Dutch East Indian Company. That's a whole nother shit I'm not gonna go into. But you get what I'm saying? Like,
so wait, you talking about why the numbers were so small in America, right?
In the beginning, like early on, we talking about all this 16, 19 and all that stuff.
Right, correct. Yeah. No, let me add this. I think the main piece people always leave out, and we can account for that. The piece we can account for is that the thing that really popularized the slave trade in America was the actual breeding farms in the Annabella South. That's what they did. They breeded us. And that's the piece that most people don't talk about. I did a lecture with about 5 years ago. I'm gonna have to do another actual lecture on that. But yeah, I'm trying to find a book. I got several books on that, right? And it's a very interesting thing to realize how they actually bred us, right? And so they understood that the slave trade was becoming illegal. And prior to that, maybe 2-3 years prior to that, right, they started putting together these breeding farms. And so they actually, bred us. And that's what, and that's why the slave industry took off in America was mainly based off the breeding farms. And that's a piece in history that we don't really get into. It's a lot of good books on them. They're real thick books. Don't be afraid of them. But yeah, that's the piece. So we can account for how such and such got over here. It didn't necessarily have to come from Africa like they tried. They play the game and leave out the whole documented breeding farm part of it. Just want to add that in there.
How you gonna have dad there with all these people who could talk for 10 hours straight, Sean? Get
Right.
your stuff together, brother. What is going on?
What's up, yo? Who was yo?
Say who? What you say?
Who's yo?
Who's yo?
Yeah, somebody here under the name yo.
Oh.
Hey, yo, I'm the original Mohican, man. I'm just listening to y'all talk down on
this motherfucker out. This cast.
What up, though? Hey, I want to show y'all a book that just got translated in English. They just got it out. El Monte, Lydia Carrera.
Hold on. Can't nobody see what you talking about. Go ahead.
Yep, they just translated this, and Abaqua, that's the dictionary that she had, but they just put this out probably about 2 or 3 months ago. I just got it, so I'm like at the beginning of it or whatever, and they talk about the folklore, but it's just been translated, so y'all can go on Amazon or whatever and copy it, man. It's a good book. They put a lot of interesting stuff that some of the priests in certain traditions disagree with or whatever, but just cultural information, man, and just information on the slaves and stuff at that time. It's a good book, bro. So El Monte, y'all go cop it.
All right, anyway, so
here you go, Sean. It's a book. Okay. The American Slave Coast and the history of slave breeding industry. There you go.
Constant subject.
Huh?
Husband and wife wrote that book.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I know they was husband and wife. You say husband and wife?
Is it husband and wife?
No, I don't think so. Ned, yeah, yep. I guess so. Ned and Constant Subtle. Yep. Yeah, it's a great book, man, to give you.
Do you got that one on PDF?
Hold on.
Yeah, that's a little bit. I mean, it's shocking. It's a shocking revelation, man. Yeah,
I
you
gotta
don't even
take
think
a
of it like
picture.
that.
What is that book called again, Aunt?
It's called the American
Slave.
Slave Coast. The history,
Okay.
the history of the slave breeding industry. They don't talk about this. Like, you ain't gonna get this. You gotta actually put together some class and give people this. That's not. Yeah, they definitely. It's one of them subjects you gotta go to the library for and dig it out. They're not like, why would they tell your kids that that can be really downgrading the young adults and teenagers and stuff in school. So you couldn't expect to get this in school. It wouldn't even make sense to you. Right? Nobody would actually do that. You don't tell them they actually got bread. Nah. I mean, then you see why Jimmy the Greek got fired so quick when he started talking about we was bread. They got him out of there quick.
I remember that.
He was gone.
Yeah, I
They was
remember
like,
that shit
oh,
too.
he the first one with the bookies. He was the first bookie, the booker. He was he was actually the bookie, right? Early, before it became legal to do that. Yeah, he was doing that. And he talked about how he
Yeah,
was
see,
bred to
that's
be
what
athletes and all that. So, if I study natural selection, but actually, you know what I'm saying, it was natural selection, then artificial selection. So breeding, and Europeans were excellent breeders. Y'all got to know that. They bred horses, race horses, they bred dogs, racing dogs,
Dogs,
all
yep.
types of dogs for hunting dogs and all kind of stuff. So I mean, it almost brings tears to your eyes when you really think about it. You be like, oh man. Thank goodness they couldn't control all of our sexual habits, because they basically tried to they did though they domesticated us, basically did that, take away certain freedoms, sexual freedoms and all that. Yeah, I mean, but humans gonna find a way to get it in anyway. But they had to breed, they had the bucks and all that. um People make a mark here, the buck breaking and all that. They just make up shit behind it, and it really kills the real thing that was really going on when people make these wild movies and stuff about buck breaking and all that. It wasn't even about it. It was about breeding. It's the breeding industry, man. And they was excellent breeders. So you can imagine how they tried to tweak that. Anybody controlling your sexual conduct, man, is just wild, man. They give accounts
Deep.
of actually. Go ahead, you gonna say something?
No, we listening to you. We listen to you, Aunt. I just saying that's deep.
Oh, yeah. So they actually give accounts of how they used to, like, on the weekends, man, they take teenagers, young, 13, 14-year-olds, and they put them in a barn naked. So you can imagine what happens, right? You going into manhood and womanhood, man. It just was hard, man. And they took advantage of these things, man. And it's just crazy, man. And for me to bring that peace to the community, you know what I'm saying? Don't nobody really want to hear that. Do we really want to hear that we was bred right? And I use that as an example. Artificial selection. They selected who they want, selective breeding. And
And with family members too. With family members,
yeah, that's even worse. See, that's
crazy. But that make me think about like when I talk to family members and different people had conversation about like, stuff back in the day that grandma and them didn't talk about, or stuff that happened that they kind of buried. They went to church or whatever, but like certain sexual deviancy that's been in families like back in the day, but they didn't talk about it. They pushed it under the rug or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And it made me think about that and the connection coming from the breeding farms and all that, how the certain sexual deviant behaviors might have like stretched out into like the early 20th century and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you can always change your behavior, man, and you recognize behavior that's wrong and out of order. Like we never lost our code of morals and conduct, so we know this shit was out of order. So I wouldn't. I wouldn't say that, not unless we think it's some kind of, people try to play with epigenetics and try to act like, well, trauma was passed all the way down. That's no real scientific evidence of that type of behavior being passed down. And not to mention they couldn't control all our sexual practices, because you just would get it in who you wanted to get it in with, outside of that. Remember they
Anyway,
had, Yeah. Anyway, so they had brief, but it was enough, right, to control us for a minute like that. And it's just, they remember we it's called chattel slavery for a reason, because we was products and goods. That's why it's the most detailed documented event, because it's business, insured in the whole 9 yards. So anybody speaking against that, man, you're a whole lump. You really lump to me. Like, you just playing with the emotions of marginalized people, man. Who actually are more gravitated to pseudoisms, because that's the easiest thing to gravitate to. But to sit here and have a serious conversation with y'all brothers, man, that shit is hard, man. You know what I'm saying? It's just hard, bro, to really, really sit down and read a book or listen to a book, get critique from each other, man. It take a lot of growth, and I know it took a lot of growth for me. I remember one time me and Truth was talking about Nzinga. We was talking about the slavery part, right? And we was trying to work that part out, right? It's just the conversation just interesting, man. Just being able to take critique, right? I think that's our greatest weapon against this, is that they can't take critique. They can't. Like, they think they right against everything we bring. So in actuality, we just really teaching the next generation. We ain't even really talking to them. Learned that a long time ago. I ain't talking to you. I'm talking to one of them babies. They might pick up this video and they might have enough heart to go to the damn library, the secret vault called the library, right? Or go to some college library or school library. Ask the librarian, I heard this book on the Masi. I heard this book on the pseudo killers. I heard this book on Kofi. Do you have that? Can you bring it to the library? And maybe get the other kids interested. So that's what we really at, man. And shout out to Dr. Oyamayat, man. She had those summer camps going. Conscious ingenuity, man. All that is an extension of us fighting, to be in this position we're in right now. But that's wild right there, yo. You look into that.
If I can add on real quick, yo. Peace to everybody again, yo. Unc referenced that book, right? And on page 5, I got the PDF version for anybody that wants it. I send it over, email it or whatnot. It's dope. I highly recommend it. And shout out to Truth again. He put me on the whole start where you stand like 6-7 years ago. So no matter where I'm at, I'm always digging for the Black history, right? So Unc brought up that book, and me being familiar with that book and reading and whatnot. It mentions a particular breeding place / jail in Richmond, Virginia, where I currently live at for the past 2 years or 3 years. And the name of the jail is Lumpkin's Jail. And it's set on a half acre of land. And the half acre of land, the Africans refer to it as the devil's half acre, right? So we talk about this book, we talk about the breeding camps and the situation that we was in over here and whatnot. But within all that fight and all that stuff that we went through, man and females, and in that book, page 579, talks about how Brother Anthony Burns and his how he had to get transported over there to the same jail I'm talking about in Richmond, Virginia. Is going to talk about how the dude Robert Lumpkin forced a marriage on this African woman named Mary, ended up being Mary Lumpkin, and she started a school for these Africans in Richmond, Virginia, man. And from that school is the birthplace, the origins, the root of Virginia Union University, which is a HBCU. You know what I'm saying? So I had to add that in there. So again, the book Unc just referenced, page 579, is going to start first mentioning Lumpkin's Jail, Mary Lumpkin, Robert Lumpkin, and Anthony Burns, who people are familiar with. And Devil's Half Acre. I get tours down there to this day. So shout out Alegba Folklore Society in Richmond, Virginia. I do a lot of work with them. So that's my 2 cents real quick.
Yeah, I see. Yeah. That was interesting. That's interesting right there, bro. That's interesting. That page 79 Lumpkin Jail. And I'm glad you referenced that, yo. I kind of got a couple places highlighted. And this was definitely one of my places that was highlighted in the book. You feel me?
Gullah. I really appreciate the information that you shared with the group. But it's probably a B+ at best, because why the hell did you leave out? You just threw the alley-oop. Anthony Burns. People can also didn't he write a narrative? And his pictures on the cover of it.
Self-emancipated guy, right?
You want me to do? Yeah, absolutely. Right there in the
Well,
second paragraph on the
thank
page.
you, you started it. Gotta go all the way. Thank you.
It's
I
right
mean,
here.
I don't know.
I had that.
I've
Okay.
been a
Thank
cut.
you,
You know me for I don't know how
Y'all
many. I
reading
be
for
in the
real.
cut.
I
Man.
see
I be
y'all
chilling,
reading for
bro.
real over here, huh?
Man, I be getting it, bro. I get, bro.
You got lucky to get this thing I got hot. That was luck, yo.
Look, that's what you saying. What he
You
saying? Cause
doing your
I
thing.
do that shit. I know.
I
You do that
told you,
shit.
I treat certain people a bit
You do
differently.
that.
Gullah and Sean
Gullah
and
the
all.
griot.
You
Yeah, I
goddamn it,
take
shit.
notice. I take notice.
You
That's
know.
a championship move right there, yo. Anytime you fucking around, excuse my language, with something I'm highlighting, yo, that's interesting to me. I got to take notice of that. Okay. Anthony Burns, a self-emancipated 20-year-old man who escaped from Virginia via the Underground Railroad.
But they said that that white man freed us. You just said self-emancipated, so he freed himself.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
See how
Was
easy that is?
apprehended in Boston on May 24th, 1854 by the U.S. Commission acting on the behest of a slave catcher hired by Burns' former master. It said his case became a cause to celebrate. One man was killed when the mob unsuccessfully tried to storm the courthouse to free him. Oh, they was going hard for him, yo.
Facts. There you go.
Yeah.
That picture right there is the guy to tell you,
Okay.
give
Okay.
description right there.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, he was going hard.
Hey,
Yeah.
can I ask you a question?
What's up?
I heard you mention a couple of movies, right? And I haven't seen it because I know he put a lot of pseudo stuff out. But what is your opinion on the movie Buck Breaking? Because I know you were mentioning some movies. What's your opinion on it?
I wouldn't look at. I'm not looking at that nonsense.
I didn't see it either, man.
Probably too much. I would look at Dr. Mayat Park because I know what she was talking about. But outside of that, man, all that's just, I mean, you know, they say we be hating when we say that. And I say, I be looking for the real authentic history. I don't, you know, I look for texts like this, man, and people, I come to realize, you know, when I unsuitorize myself, that I realize that the story of African people and Black Americans and African American is far more exquisite and far more deeper than anything we can make up and add. I mean, you know, there's little nuances like just now. You know, Truth and them been bringing that type of stuff forward for years. It's just our history itself is far more incredible than we can make up, yo. And so now I don't need you to play around with my history, man. You know, we marginalized, bro. You know, we miseducated, and now we miseducating ourselves, bro. So I don't play with stuff like that. I need accuracy. Yeah, I need accuracy, bro. I don't need the halfway. Yeah, I feel like with that kind of money put into a production, yo, you can have accuracy, yo. Right? Stuff that's real thorough. We don't gotta play with it, yo. That's just me, yo. Right? And that's not hating. That's just calling a spade, yo. I mean, I can't. I do none of them. None of them.
I mean, but when you making R&B albums, putting out books, putting out hoodoo. What is he put out a hoodoo deodorant right now with High John Conqueror root in there, and you making Ogun mace, man. You got a lot on your plate, man. You can't be an intellectual all the time. You got to be all these other things at once and run a talk show.
You might need to pay qualified people though. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're not going.
He had Dr. Mind on there, man. That was.
But yeah, you got Dr. Mayat and you got everybody else around her that pseudorized what she's saying. But I mean, you know, I'm glad she in the joint, man. It helped raise her star, man. I think that's essential. And we know she ain't nothing part of her game, pseudo. So it helped raise her star. But yeah, man, I don't do all that, man. Man, come on, yo. Not for me, yo. If people think that was good history for Black people, yo, all right, y'all they ain't reading the level. Like, you just not, yo. I think the best one he had was the other one. What's the one?
1804.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the best because he put some qualified folks, man, some Haitian scholars and stuff up in there, man.
Right. See what I'm saying? Like, how we know that? The 1804 was all right.
But the new one, American Maroon, when he had the dudes doing, he had the Maroons doing jujitsu, and And they had the Aboriginal dude commenting on it and stuff, man. Like, yeah, man.
All out don't know who the Maroons are, and man, Maroons had slaves too.
Exactly.
Can we
Oh,
hear the whole story?
I got here you go one for archaeology and relevance.
What you
So
got?
we got, I think yesterday they just said it. Speaking of Maroons, so the Maroons, Jamaican Maroons, a huge sect, spoke something called Cromanti, right? Kromanti, right? Right? That comes from Cormentine, which is one of the mines that's in West Africa. Well, yesterday, I believe, you can Google this right now. They done dug up and found the location of the actual fort for Fort Cormentine. Somebody Google it right now. You can find it. It's easy. And so those Maroons that we talking about when they was in Jamaica and other places, they spoke Cromanti, and that's that still actually they speak it to this day. Huh?
This is advanced, but I'm gonna find it.
Yeah, I think I saw it either yesterday or the day before or something like that.
Yeah, where a historical fort in the coast of Ghana was located, but it goes on to say that the name Comanche or Comanche derives from Comantian or Comantian, where a historical slave fort in the coast of Ghana was located. Many
Right.
slaves to Jamaica during the Atlantic slave trade originated from present-day Ghana and West Africa.
And so also when I did in that give the drummer some, there's actually a Cromanti drum, and that's what part of people call the maroon drum as well. And so that became a thing because that part, a lot of Maroons became just the dominant culture for a while, even though I think at that time might have been even more Igbos on the island, but that parts of Akan culture stuck longer.
Didn't the Brits start using those Maroons on the island as like in their armies, like if they were going back to Africa and different things, like they start making deals with them?
So and there's I think there's two Maroon wars, and part of the treaty. This is interesting too. Speaking of popular culture, y'all coffee drinkers? Anybody? Well, there's a you can look this up. Blue Mountain Coffee is some of the best coffee in the world. It's Jamaican coffee. Well, those Maroons ended up in those areas where that coffee was. And so the British wanted to make deals, one, for these people to start raiding them, whatever. So the initial deal was if anybody runs away, then you should return them to us. So yes, they sold us out with that. And then part of the second war that they have in Jamaica with the British are like, all right, we got to get rid of some of them to make a deal. Earlier, I just went back up a few more years, like 4 years. The people who were on the plantations in South Carolina and Americas and all that, they went to Sierra Leone, and they were wilding because they wanted more rights. So the British send the Jamaican Maroons to Sierra Leone, to Freetown, to basically keep the American blacks, now Sierra Leoneans, in check. So yes, they sent them to Sierra Leone to keep the black folks in check after the wars in Jamaica.
Wow.
But there wasn't all the Maroons now. That was just, that's part of the story. That's a fact.
You be spitting that shit like you be reading or something, yo. Let me find out you read.
Coming with the book in about 2 minutes. Give me a second. I'm coming.
Listen good. That's all. We come from the school where you had to keep your mouth shut more than you talk.
Mm-hmm.
And those is valuable lessons as you get older. Like, damn, what if I was just running my mouth at the time, just trying to answer everything? You wouldn't know shit.
Yeah,
Too busy being combative and trying to get a point or whatever, right?
Yeah, that's what it is now. Shit crazy. Didn't kind of find out you was wrong later on.
Dead wrong.
Long as 2 left shoes, man.
But strong though, ain't you just strong?
I say, yo, let me shut up and hear what these crazy ass niggas is talking about right here. What the hell is truth in this niggas talking about?
We all have to. And that's when you learn that that's part of the growth, because okay, we left the church, and then we left the church, we're at a low point or whatever it is. So you think the thing that you got now is the thing, is okay, this is it. I am woke and all of this shit that I'm got, and this is actual fact. And so then you begin to take that on as another religion and all the shit that comes with that, right? So wait a minute, you got mad because we couldn't challenge the church and all that. But now you getting mad when somebody challenges you because you saying that whatever, crazy stuff we all espouse along our journeys, right? And we all gotta admit that, and then it was what happened. And I remember, I girl likes to say this. I said, always remember or think about your first conscious Christmas. And you see how crazy it was. And I hope everybody can remember. Remember you got woke during that Christmas and you don't celebrate it no more, and you had your RBG and everybody thought you was crazy in the crib? I'm not celebrating that white man holiday. Too black for BET?
Yeah.
Now you want to talk about the rings on Saturn at the top or the Christmas?
Yo, I had the Martian pyramids, man. The pyramids on Mars and all the book, bro.
Oh man, we did.
Once I found out about those flying crafts in Dendera, like they showed in Dendera, they got helicopters on those.
Man.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna tell y'all where y'all can see me showing that. I'm not gonna do
that. Oh, we got the video from back in the okay.
I'm not gonna show you that.
Yeah, don't show that.
You know what's funny, yo? But that's why, yo, now I get it. I get meaning to it now. Meaning, I kind of understand what the elders was talking about, whether they got it right or wrong. They was basically saying that when you start to get around our age, is when you've experienced enough things, specifically dealing with the information and stuff, right? And that now you got a chance to see what it look like to fail and be 100% wrong. And then you can actually critique it. You know what I'm saying? The learning process don't happen till you lose. You know what I'm saying? You learn the most from a loss. It's just that's how teams win championships. They lose a couple times. The AFC championship game, or maybe the wild card game. You come back, make it to an AFC championship game, you lose that, right? Then you're ready for the Super Bowl. You might win it, you might lose it, but you learn every time. It's a step forward. So when you start to be in your 50s, your 40s, right? 35, 40, 50s, you've taken enough loss. You know what it's like that to misrepresent misinformation. You know how it is to be misinforming people, and then you see it coming a mile away now. So that whole alien thing and all that, you could actually see how somebody could get got, because it's actually a counterintuitive, complicated process to how them images came across like that. You know what I'm saying? It's interesting, man. I think Wu did his website was dedicated to, not dedicated, we had a section that was actually putting that. That's wild, man. So gotta fail a little bit to get this history right, yo.
But what I can tell you, the danger is what I was saying earlier to Sean. If we don't begin to understand, it's more about teaching people and arming them with these skills, so when they're not in your presence, they could at least have a proper research methodology, right? That's on all you guys saying, which is 100% on point. Because now, go back and look at what I did for the past 2 weeks. You think that's just it? It's gonna I got shit that's way worse, and you would swear it's 100% real. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Then people are gonna begin to pass that off and hide that amongst truth. That's the best way to get away with it, right? Sprinkle some truth in there. Mm-hmm. And you're gonna be looking at images and documents that they're gonna tell you is the ancient this, that, and the third, and not have the tools to go and look this stuff up and believe it, y'all. Oh, who did that? See, these niggas is done. Who did that? Sean, right up.
Yeah, I know what I'm gonna play. Yep, I'm gonna play that video tonight. I'm gonna start off with that one. Shout out to that he said, yo got a degree in science.
He'll try to spell seance.
Together with all the rights and privileges and honors appreciated to a pseudo. In recognition for the satisfaction completed a pseudo program at Temple University. He has his official degree in science.
Oh my
The
God.
Royal Seal of the University, given to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
That
the
was crazy
25th
when I seen that.
March 19th, the 198th pseudo year.
Them three fingers are actually Masonic for lies, lies, and more lies.
Wait a
What
minute.
opposes that truth?
Oh my
Oh,
God.
That's the
wait a minute.
prostrate.
Hold on. Wait a minute. The thing that's funny, this was about 8 years ago, right? We was
7 years.
arguing over the same
Almost
thing.
800.
And I
Yep.
ran him all the way
South
into the
Carolina.
corner with it, right? He was like, "What? I know what I'm talking about." I said, "You do?" He said, I'm a geneticist," and he ran all and went got the degree, but he flashed it. And I said, "Yo, let me see that," because you know how a person flash something real quick. I was like, "Yo, you looking sneaky, right?" I said, "Let me see it." Like, no, I ain't gonna let you see it. And man, he got a picture of that thing. He rewound the thing because he put it up in the camera, and he rewound back to the video. And I was like, "What?" Then he texted me while I was in there talking to him. He was like, "Man, this man degree." Nah, man, that's how they do all that to beat us, y'all.
Excuse me, Unc, I have a question.
Mhm.
Was this when he was a sovereign? Maybe it was a sovereign package that you didn't quite understand.
Oh man, I don't know.
Or was this when he had a sip of the miracle water? I think that when him and Inky were battling over the secret formula, I believe was happening.
Secret formula.
Y'all don't see. Y'all got short term. I remember everything.
Yeah,
I don't remember when they was having battling
It
videos
was-
because Inky done stole a secret kidney water formula or something like that.
Oh man, yeah, they was bugging.
They used to be a team.
Yes, sir.
Not a team. Oh shit.
Yo, am I lying?
He said a team.
It was with everybody,
Oh,
bro.
he was a
Yeah,
dose.
he was all around the block.
Yeah, team, yo, they was a team of fools.
And they was about to have the secret magic crystal water.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. They've been doing that for years, yo. We've been fighting them fools for years, yo.
Hey, I can add something real quick if you don't mind, brother Sean.
Yeah, go ahead. You got it on the screen.
I'm about to come right now.
I'm just being funny.
Girl, I
So-
have a question before you go. Did
What up?
Ali Muhammad run in the last presidency?
He
Did
said
who?
he was. He took people money, didn't he?
Okay,
Who?
thanks, Knox. Go ahead, go. I was just checking.
Hey, but check it right, because dude be talking about Columbia, South Carolina in regards to that brother Perry AOO, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if y'all don't if you're not familiar, well, that area right there was very it had to play a huge part in the Stono Rebellion, 1739 South Carolina, which was a group of Africans from Angola who sought freedom going down there toward Florida or whatnot, right? And within this, right, you got oral traditions, oral stories passed down from families, and that specific insurrection in Stono, one of the leaders was Jimmy, right? And Jimmy's descendants speak for themselves, right? So I gotta zoom in a little bit. Can y'all see that?
Mm-hmm.
Zoom in to 150.
All right, for sure. Boom, that.
Yeah.
A family account of Stoner uprising, right? And most accounts of slave uprisings from the slave's perspective, such as formulaic legal confessions of dramatic narratives transcribed as fully and voluntarily made by the captured rebel, right? The confessions of Nat Turner. The slave experience is heavily, I'm sorry, I didn't even tell you where I got this from. NationalHumanityCenter.org. I'll scroll back up when I'm done, but my fault. But yeah, so I'm in the second paragraph right here, right? George Cato, great grandson of Cato, relates the slave's account as passed down for 2 centuries in the Cato family, and that's transcribed by what interviewer WPA, right? Writers Project. His narrative is corroborated by other sources, affirms historian Mark M. Smith. Oral tradition among non-literate or barely literate peoples is often reliable. The document is the only source we have from a non-white perspective and is worth reading carefully, right? And so within this oral tradition, we got George Cato, a Negro laborer residing, and you see where he stayed in Colombia, which for some reason Ali Muhammad want to keep talking about as far as locations and that AOO and all that stuff, as far as the dude was indigenous and all that weird talk. But as you see in the same area, We have Angolans who've been there for a while now, as far as brought there forcefully and whatnot, who were seeking their freedom since the 1700s, Stono Rebellion, and even before and after, we can go back to 1526. But anyway, so yeah, oral traditions and everything as far as Africans seeking they, just being there and whatnot, having their own oral traditions and whatnot, no elbow talk, no nothing. So I just wanted to add that real quick because Ali Muhammad got done. That shit really be irking my nerves when people talk about the corridor and there be some pseudo job. You feel me? But yeah, that's that.
Shout out to Gullah. Shout out to Gullah Jack.
Excuse me, Gullah. I just want to say once again, I think that was great, but like I just want to ask, weren't they playing drums?
Damn. Okay. So yes. Okay. Appreciate you, Truth. I got you, fam.
I was just asking. I wasn't sure.
You definitely were. Within the insurrection, you actually have attestation from I forget the governor at the time of South Carolina, but he actually saw them. He called it a drunken war dance, but it was a Congo war dance with anthropology and everything, being able to trace back and see where the cultures come from and whatnot. It was an Angolan, a Congo war dance. So yes, they definitely a drum. So get a drum or something.
I was just curious. Well, how did they know to have a rebellion if they were on different plantations?
All right, so there's an edict issued by what's that, Sean? But yeah, there was an edict issued by Spain that said if you can find yourself in Florida and there's something some underlying things as well as far as convert to Catholicism or fight in the military, that you would get freedom. Yeah, you would get free.
Okay, so thank you. But what I was trying to get at for everybody, well, now we got the drums, which were African drums, and it led to something. That led to the drum being banned because they were communicating via the African Congolese drum.
The Ngoma is playing that Ngoma.
Yeah, same. At the time, it's like this. Yes. But that's the key, because in the actual South Carolina legislation, you see the banning of Negroes playing drums.
Black Coast 1740, the year after the Stono Rebellion.
Yeah.
That's right, exactly.
Well, you're on that American history. I hear it.
You can also find Congo, the Congo Cosmogram in Savannah, Georgia, in the African Baptist Church.
Oh Lord, why you bring that one up? Here come
I'm gonna leave it
Israelites
alone.
from the
Don't deal with
bushes now. They're gonna tell you that that's the ancient Aramaic. Why you always start?
I mean,
these folks crazy.
If they want to, they'll die there too. Shit. The fuck?
See, and that's the thing. That's why I was like, they need to study the cultures, because they learn about the particularities of these. Like, being in this tradition, you learn that's they call it the Dekinga. And it has multiple meanings, with the four being the four winds, representing heaven and earth, or representing, we have heaven and earth, and 4 points on the times of the day. It has different meanings to it. Well, it has layers of meanings. Just to that one symbol has layers of meanings. And they kept it, and they seen that, especially when the Catholics came, they seen the cross, but when they looked at the cross, they recognized it as a Dekinga, or what we call La Tenda en Sua Cuatro Vento. But these folks that saying, oh, we Hebrew and we more, they don't study the particulars of a culture. They don't get in depth with learning what something really means. They just look at it from a distance, like, oh, that's similar to the church, or that's similar to this, so they must be Hebrew. You know what I'm saying? And it's like,
no, that's the mistake that they make when they see crosses in Africa. More specifically, they did the same shit with the what's the blue people in West Africa? The people that wear the blue.
People that wear the blue. Called?
Yeah.
You talking about not the Muslim?
Yeah, they
the
are.
The Tuaregs.
The Tuareg. Yeah. They got a Tuareg cross, and they try to use that. Yeah, that's why I call them blue people. That'll help me remember. The Tuareg.
I'm reading.
Thank you.
Now.
You call them the taxi of the Sahara.
There we go. Now, how they get it?
Yeah, they got the Tuareg cross, and it was directional, but it wasn't coming from. For them, it meant where they needed to go. And for other people, they try to use it for like religious purposes to show a presence. But the Tuareg were one of the most thoughtish religious thoughts in history.
All of them Berbers.
Yeah. They would hop from one religion to another just to
right. You call them thottish?
Yeah,
Yo, you go to Morocco. You go to Morocco and you see some of their traditions, you would think you had a damn voodoo ceremony, man. Like it's crazy because people show just the Islamic side to that. I'm like, yo, they doing all type of fucking African shit up in there, bro. And that's because of not only the ancient traditions there, but the importing of slaves from the south. The what is it? What's the tribe? The Hausa and the Bambara and all that. They brought their traditions there too, but it was so strong, it took shape all throughout Morocco. So in the Islamic world, I was reading a couple of blogs. They like, yo, them Moroccans, them Berbers, they some damn witches and shit like that. Other Arabs are saying that, right? Because they still have, even though Islam is there, they have heavy African culture within Sufism all throughout North Africa.
Are there Berber Jews?
Yeah.
Yes.
I met a Berber Jew.
Oh, so the Berber
where you at? You gone?
Nah, I'm right here.
Hey,
but were they converts? Were they converts? My bad.
Hold on, Cass. Hold on. So when you was there live when he did this 7 years ago, right?
Right.
Was it paper that he was holding, or was it that, you know, because when they print your degree, right?
Paper,
it's on. It was paper.
It was like that. It's on that paper right there. It wasn't in the little thing or nothing.
I was thinking that maybe he took it out of the little thing.
No, he had it in his briefcase and whipped it out because I had him cornered, had him beat up.
Mm.
You know how
So
we
he
do.
had a whole bunch of copies of degrees.
I don't know, man, but he had that paper, so it was stupid. And he
They didn't have Google Drive.
He got a degree in anything.
No, he do. Remember, we reached there. He actually got a degree from Temple and he played football.
Yeah, but it was in physical education.
Gym. I think it's in gym.
At Temple.
It's in gym.
Yeah, gym. I was trying to use, you know, I professional
crack jokes, man. He really got an authentic degree, but it's just, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we gotta stop this, man.
Not a bad.
So hold on. So he does have a degree.
Yeah. He does. He does a
degree,
but not in science.
He got science on it, but you know how you just get a bachelor of science? That's not
right.
You don't have a degree in science. So
that's why he's the most eloquent of the Wabos. He's the most eloquent.
Yeah, he the best one. Once he died,
the most fit.
Saturday, yo, it's over with. Like, they don't even stand a chance. And as a matter of fact, yo, when I was in that debate, I was saying, damn, yo, we done came so far that his shit looks stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't even prolific no more. We done so much homework that the shit he got ain't even prolific no more. Like, they can't, like, we got him trapped, yo. We got the history aligned up with the science show and the culture, yo. Once them elements come together, yo, it's an undefeatable piece right there, yo. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't have one without the other, right? If you're talking genes and DNA, you got to have the historical narrative to back it up. You got to have proper context and time periods. They got to line up with the genes and the DNA. So, for instance, if we say, most African Americans share about 1 to 2 to 3% Native American, right? And you holler, because we the original. You say no, these the mutations, molecular clocks, right? Because it mutates at a constant rate. We can actually go back in time and see exactly where those particular mutations occurred to know, okay, where was you at during this time period? We can check the history. Oh, it's part of the largest forced migration. Why were those two populations, one from one continent, one from another other continent? How the hell did they get together? Okay, they got together during the slave trade. Bet we can document this. You throwing truth in them. They give you all the documentations, right? Well, where was they at when they came from Africa? You throwing Sean in them. Blah, 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 blah. You throw me in, wait a minute. I can show you where we diverged at in Africa with the evolution. This shit is fucking undefeatable, yo. We just can't tear our own self up at this point, yo. It's undefeatable, yo. Trust me when I tell you this, yo. We at the golden age, bro, and all we got to do is keep rocking, yo. They do not stand a chance, yo. Pseudo-wisdom, Joe, is officially in trouble. And I mean all the way from 350,000 years to 2023, yo. They in trouble. We got the whole thing covered now, yo. They used to get ease their way into the shit. There's no room now. We read the elders' books. We read all of them. We read the new books. We read the white boys' books, yo. We start writing our own goddamn books, yo. We corrected them. We fixed them. They don't stand a chance. We know where Dr. Ben made mistakes. We know where Shigandi Diaz made mistakes. We know the points that they got across. We know what books to retire. It's over. They can't. There's nothing they can actually do, yo, but hide. Right? They hide from us now. Those elbows, they knew people crossing over from being a Hebrew or something. They must not been really watching. They don't stand a chance, bro. Who they do? They want to talk to Sean. Who they want? They want to talk to me. They want to talk to y'all. Y'all prolific. Y'all going to books and shit. Page number. This what this is, and then Truth jump out the window with the yo. That's such and such. You know who that is? Come on, man. Like what do they ask? Then Raw Born come with the prolific package. The dog. I hate the dog rolls nonsense they be running. He got all that covered, yo. There's no way. Actually, we need to press their ass all the way out for real. Yeah, we need to press them all the way out. Wait, come on out. Where you at? Where you at? Trust me, yo. We need to press them all the way out there because they done.
Would you vote for Ali Muhammad if he ran for president again?
Nigga ran got donations on that shit too, boy. I don't know, man. He hold his head up high with that foolery, yo. And I'm just saying, in that debate, yo, that shit was real weak.
Shit, it was weak in the preliminaries. I know it was gonna be weak in the damn debate.
It was weak, yo.
Even though Reggie said it was a tie.
Nah, man, he did. I felt like the first round when he was laying out his premise, that's the spot that he could have tricked somebody in. Right? He had little pieces. He wasn't necessarily saying what he really wanted to say, but he was giving big up to brown culture. You know what I'm saying? The people of color, right? He was playing that game real close to the line. He was laying it out and pulling out heartstrings. So they're good, right? Jabari came out, started a little bit of slow. Slides was a little bit too wordy. But by the time he finished his first round, well, he was in Ali ass, boy. And then he was in his ass from the end of the first round all the way to the end. All the way to then it got ugly. Then it started getting ugly because then Jabari started cracking jokes. Right? It got ugly and Ali kind of got off his square a little bit. He was, he was trying to like backpedaling, trying to figure it out, yo. It was like the Earl Spence joint, yo. It was like that. Yep, it was just like that, yo. It just got ugly, yo. And then I realized it got ugly because we've done so much work. Right? Sometimes, yo, when you're fighting, yo, you don't realize how much work you did. That debate actually allows you to sit down and see. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Hungry for president and scenes.
Predators and scenes. That's funny. Yeah, Sean, I'm out of here, man. I just wanted to dive on over, man. It's a good show, man.
What time you going live?
I'm going to go live in about 20 minutes, man. We're going to end this. We're going to end this whole alien thing.
Oh, yeah. He said, yeah, you going to deal with that?
Yeah, we're going to get it out the way. The whole.
Shit. You talking about the stuff that's in the news?
Yeah,
no.
Yeah.
That. But what about Lee? Because, he's seeing human faces on planet.
Oh, man. Human faces where?
Yeah, so Sute, can you drop that show that he did the other day? Because he did a show talking about evolution versus our true origins and where we come from or some crap like that. And Sutek was just dealing with that joke and like back and forth. And I'm like, he couldn't even be watching it all the way because he kept on pausing it and saying, man, this dude Ali said this. This dude Ali said that. This dude Ali said that. Apparently he was out of space.
Yeah, Ali can't do nothing with Sutek. Come on, man.
Nah. Sutek was just watching the replay of his deal because he was kind of crazy. He said he was live and he was going against evolution or whatever.
Oh yeah.
And he started saying the alien shit.
Of course.
So he had to send it to you.
The sulfur. The Toba eruption and the sulfur. He tried that and I'm like, what?
Yo, can I ask a question before you go?
Yeah, what's up, bro?
Before you go. So what do you think? Why do you think that they're putting this stuff out? Even if it's like pseudo or whatever they got going on in the government, why are they putting this out right now? Like, or your personal opinion, like, what's the point of them
No,
putting this out?
because it's the whistleblower thing, and to keep the government open to the public, yo, you gotta have a means where people that's been involved with the government or in government organizations, where where you can safely come out. Now, if it was Russia, they'd be in jail by now. Even though it's some complete foolery, they would lock you up. Being as though we're in America, yo, they want you to be able to come out and express yourself under the whistleblower thing. So, well, what I understand is in actuality that there's a certain amount of protection needed when you're developing weapons and all that stuff. So there are things you're going to see. Imagine you seeing a stealth fighter back in 2000, right? You come on, dog. You'd have definitely thought you seen an ancient craft right there, yo. I mean, a spacecraft. There wouldn't have been no doubt in your mind that what you seen at nighttime flying right there was just that. Right? Had it on, they couldn't tell you that. So there's things at play they're not gonna be able to tell you. But the thing I'm more worried about is the misinformation that the guy was trying to perpetuate. So I'm just thinking he's just trying to get pot because it's crazy. Interdimensional beings and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? That's all pseudo information right there. You know what I mean? I'm gonna deal with that. But yeah, the government, they gotta let you do it. We're not in China and we're not in Russia, yo. You know what I'm saying? They gotta let the whistleblowers be whistleblowers, no matter how retarded it is, man. That's irresponsible for that guy. The way he put that out there like that, very irresponsible. And yeah, so that's the simple answer is he's a whistleblower, and they are afforded protection under the United States government.
Hey, before you leave, I know you said you're about to leave. Give me 3 minutes, okay?
I'm listening.
All right, so this is Sean. Remember what I asked you earlier about? I think Rob Warren sent me the picture where I said I had that stuff years ago, and you said it was whoever with that, right? So what I'm gonna do, because I'm glad here, I told Rob Warren I should just go live and just do it. And I'm like, now you know what? Here you go. I'm gonna put this in the. Here you go, Sean. I want you to, and I want because I didn't see it, and I want somebody to read the title of what I just put in there.
All right, hold on. I'm sharing it right now.
Because I think something might be familiar. I'm gonna go on mute with the ambulance going by. Ambulance.
So, do you remember seeing this in the debate?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Could you could somebody just read the title right there?
Did he just show the picture, or did he show this part?
I have. Oh, I didn't see it. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, he didn't. No, he had the original joint.
Okay, so he just showed. He had
that.
like that.
Yeah, he had that. He had the larger overall. It's like he had the
like original. This right here.
Yeah, but it was bigger. It had other.
Sean, I'm giving you a moment right here. Keep going on.
Yeah, it had other people in there. But that's it. That's one of the guys that was in there. And he was saying it was the kings or something trying to give the natives Christianity, right? Then he tried to go down into I think that's Portugal right there. And I think he tried to go in there and pull out the word Negro somewhere in there. I think the word Negro in it. Anyway, it was ridiculous. But yeah, he tried to run it off. But go ahead.
I had a phone call. Damn.
So it says that this be the very first image of Africans in America. This sad image comes from the Codex Telerano Reminiscence, depicts the hanging in Mexico City 1537 of a black male from a scaffold. In the accompanying gloss, the scribe reports the rebellion of blacks and subsequent hanging of its leaders. According to Dr. Elena Fitzpatrick Sifford, it could be the very first image of a black African individual in the Americas.
Now, I'm going to tell you some real shit. I'm still going to do it anyway. Remember the Juan Garrido video did? And I said he was the first African American. And I had this, and I'm still going to do it. Remix the whole thing and bang. I told you I got all of those, the actual codexes and books, and it'll tell you exactly.
Yeah, that was terrible what he did, yo. We need to.
So thank you. Thank you. Hold on. Thank you, Aboriginal King, for giving us the primary of the first picture of an African in the Americas. How did he get here?
Oh wow! Loaded, jet skied across the mighty Atlantic.
Now, Sean, I said then we got the documents. Is right. Now we put it all together. Now we got the documents, and I kept saying that the first ones they sent over was what, y'all? Christians.
Christians.
That's why he
Yep.
got a cross in his hand.
So, Uncle, you saying that he showed this right here?
Yeah, he showed. Yeah, there you. Yeah, let me see.
This comes
Nah,
out.
yeah, what the one with the guy on every cross in his hand?
Hold on, I gotta find the image.
There you go.
That'll show everything.
Yeah, that's what kind of that. Yeah, it was that one. Yep, he did that.
So it looked like this right here.
Yeah, it looks something like that. Yep.
Okay, but they look they look totally different from him.
Yeah, he was trying to play the. I mean, man, it was high level foolery on that. Yo, trust me,
Yeah,
bro.
it's in this book right here. All the images that comes out of the book is in right there, available to us all.
How much is that joint?
$531 for this book.
You need to get the cheap one.
But yeah, you already know. But that's for that hardcover. But it's you probably can get it for $20.
Because I gave the people the first African in the Americas. Now, how the hell did
I was there, bro. I remember.
God, man, how'd you do that, yo? You just proved a point with the thing. Oh my God! Wait till the debate come out. We get to watch it and get to break it down. Oh my goodness, that shit gonna be fun. That's what I'm waiting for, yo. Ooh wee!
I was looking for that joint years ago. I remember
You gonna put that debate out again, yo, where everybody can watch it.
So Rob Boy hit me up. And I guess after a day or so after it was over, he was like, "Yo, nigga, got your picture, son." And I'm like, "What you talking about, son?" And he, I could show you. I was like, "Yo, what the fuck?" I was like, "All right, who did he say that is?" He said it was some Negro African king or something. I was like, "Nah, that's the Christians, nigga. That's the ones. They were revolted. They came here, and he's telling the story that we all tell, Sean. Thanks, Aboriginal King. Yes, they came here, even though they was Christians and exploited, they revolted.
No, they said they got him like that because they was trying to teach the natives Christianity. That was his reason for it.
Partially, maybe. That may not be wrong. But they're Africans.
Yeah, that's the
How
part.
did they
Kill
get
them.
here?
Yeah. Yeah, yo, they say they the bunch the first ones.
That's what be more careful.
You can't find that in Amazon, yo?
Yo, it's goddamn hot, yo.
You at the
Are
Amazon?
they crazy?
I remember. I was there, bro. I was there.
I don't know. I'm working on it.
Huh?
I'm working
Wait,
on
I
it.
might. Let me when I later. If I got it digital, I'll send it to y'all.
Yeah, you know you got that.
Weird. Yeah, I got that shit somewhere.
Maybe out there, he was cheating the whole time.
And everything. God damn.
It was funny. Yo gave up the whole. That's the first. Oh wow.
There you go. Here you go. Then Cal would say, and I got the secret document that is $9 bazillion. Now send me $100 and I'll show it to you. Huh?
Call a DOS.
Call a DOS. Get out and tell everybody that shit is free on a Library of Congress, y'all. Mad as hell.
Oh man.
Just here to make you think, yo.
I'm just here to make you think. It's got to be his voice or something the way he do that shit. That shit be so crazy. Yo, remember I did that? I'm gonna break out the old videos. Yo, remember I beat him up when he was cheating?
Yep. Stole the
Oh
whole
my God! Took the website.
Hey, if you peep game, bet they do the same shit now, yo. They got that fucking nice ass mic with the filter and shit. And they get real up close and personal, yo. They just get the real soft voice and be real smooth and shit. You feel me?
Pull the plug on the internet.
She even got a green screen now. I said, yo, these motherfuckers production is goddamn. He be going.
Hey, true.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how I got on this show, man. Pull the plug.
Yo, I forgot that Onk talking real calm in the background on that shit. Onk narrate. I forgot Onk was right there. He narrated the whole thing.
He said, "Watch him. He gonna try to run. He gonna try to run." So we gotta be quiet, yo.
Don't try to be innocent, nigga. Try to play
Let him talk.
Nigga told him what's gonna happen before it even happened. Then it played out. Like what the fuck?
Some kind of way they got me up on this show. I don't know how I got up here. How they do it? Pull the plug, pull the internet. I don't know how I got up here, man.
Nigga said call her dies.
Make no damn sense, yo. Where's we call that when we need him? Yo, we need a video, yo. We need that. Don't we got that already?
Nigga, they got a million videos though. It's on my channel somewhere.
Booty get it already.
Booty my hot, bro.
Where my y'all join that? What I say?
Jehudi pulled the plug on the internet. Yeah, it's on Jehudi my channel. That's the name of it too. Pull the plug.
Man, we running around
That shit
with
about
some
4
nuts,
years
man.
ago, right, yo? That was a minute.
Oh man, come on, yo.
Nah, he played himself earlier.
Playing around with that link, Truth, trying to get.
Yeah.
Man, he was sitting, clicked it, and jumped on that, yo.
No, so what it was, we started poking him because he realized like he had to be prideful because he was too arrogant around the zealots.
Right.
So I'm like, yo, we just gonna keep on. Like, you gotta say something if it's real like that, nigga. I'm telling you, show me. Now, I'm telling you, I'll put it all on the line, right? So he had to do that, and then came on. Now you the master as far as young Pseudoville with getting your stuff out to social media and have it trending and all that stuff. Nigga, you don't know how to use StreamYard or anything with nigga, please. You were on other people's panels prior to that using either StreamYard or Zoom. Knock it off, brother. And now you think you want somebody to believe that you are sitting somewhere with some super high grade security system, Negro, where you got an assistant somewhere who's monitoring your what? One network connection from your home, nigga? That works when you talking to people who don't know nothing, y'all. Like, what do you think the scenario is supposed to be? You at Dane Calloway Enterprises in the secret tech TP somewhere? Come on, y'all.
Oh man, yo, that shit they got us, yo. That shit crazy, yo. And you know what's funny, man? It's funny to us, man, because we got the eyes and the vision because of the study patterns we got and being in front of the information and hearing each one of us talk and discourse. And so we can hear something wrong with it immediately. Like when a person starts talking evolution, I can hear it wrong immediately. Right? When people misrepresent science, I can hear it. Right? When you hear in American history, right? You can hear it, right? And then the shit we learn from each other, we be like, nah, that ain't right. You know what I mean? Sean and them, they be accurate with that shit. You can just hear it, yo. You be like, that's not how it's supposed to be. Then you can go get the so I think the mistake we can make is to think that, you know, everybody listening to us supposed to catch that. No, they very, very vulnerable, yo. We study that way out of vulnerability. You know what I'm saying? And we still can be vulnerable to a certain degree, but the general populace, yo, they be barbecue chicken to that type of information, yo. Yeah.
So part of what Dr. Clark said, I gotta find the exact lecture he said it, is you have to be part entertainer, and it's not all about, you know, just the information. You have to know how to impart it. You know what I'm saying? And this was around the time when he actually did that Bill Cosby, Johnny, he was producing a lot of other stuff. And I think I'm getting at that's part of it. Like, you have to realize, like, you can't be so heavy all the time. It has to be somewhat entertaining to hold people's attention, right? And so, like you said, I agree with you 100%. When we get too in the weeds with stuff, the average casual Joe just happen to come across the channel may not be able to catch it, right? You know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying, I went back to the first woke Christmas again, where you were just too deep for your own good, where nobody could relate all of a sudden to what you were saying.
Oh, what'd you say when we was what?
Well, you know, our first woke Christmas. You know, come on, the first Christmas you came on. Mama looked at you, I ain't eating no pork right now, and this is the white man's this and this. That's what I'm saying about the Christmas tree and Saturnalia, but now your name's Salim.
But Truth, I got one even better for you, yo. I came in discussing it, yo. Listen, yo, I can go back to a time, yo, when we back again when we was fighting, we couldn't understand the value of what each one of us was doing. We was like, "Well, I don't want to do that. I don't want what?" And now when you look at it, yo, if you don't got that whole connecting piece, yo, you don't got nothing, yo. They can exploit that.
Facts.
It's wild, yo.
Gotta make the fish.
But we also gotta realize, like, the older we get, like you know, like the younger people, they're gonna lead the way, and it's gonna be a point where it's gotta be, I don't know, advisory. I'm not gonna age out like that, whatever. But you know what I'm saying?
I ain't
Where you
going
can
out
relate
like that.
more.
Yo, stay studied.
No, it's not the point of study, but like being able to disseminate it to a younger group. Like, you're not talking to just millennials.
Oh,
You're
yeah,
talking to
yeah.
Gen Zers or the 20-somethings that's, you know, maybe in the chats or whatever. That's a whole different group from the millennials.
Yeah, they different.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I agree.
Where it's like, yeah, I gotta get me a TikTok account.
Yeah, we gotta go TikTok on. I can't stand TikTok, yo.
Well, then what we gotta do?
Go TikTok on them, looking crazy and shit, looking old on that motherfucker.
Oh yeah, you gotta do it. That's where they at.
That's where they at. Yeah, over there making shit up, yo. Doc is good at bringing them from there over there, yo. We got like a video with 10,000 views because she gonna mine out of TikTok, yo, and bring them over. It'd be crazy. Get a person that's a star over there, yo, and then beat them half to death on YouTube, yo. And they all come over there, yo. Look. Yeah, look at that video. Me and Doc did a video with I forget the name of the guy, yo. It was about, damn it. What video is that, Sean? It's about 11,000 views on there, yo.
Man,
Yeah,
the dude the Abo dude.
Yeah, the dude was a champion on TikTok, yo. We beat him half to death.
He was confident, yep.
He was confident, yo. Hey, Truth. Man, you'd have beat that man half to death, yo. He was like, what? I was knowing what he was saying. He get half the sentence out.
Right. But that's what you were talking about. How we've been studying for so long. We just catch it early. It's just true.
I mean, he was throwing all the old shit. You know what I mean? I was like, what? Oh, you don't know about this? You know, well, here you go. And he was just look. At a certain point, he had to start laughing, yo. He started laughing because he started saying, y'all just trying to shame me now. I was like, what? Ain't nobody trying to shame you. I'm trying to tell you, yo, you don't know enough about the subject, and all you gotta do is take your time. He went from a lion to y'all trying to shame me, yo, and all in one broadcast. It was crazy. Y'all just trying to shame me, yo, because I say, man, look, I ain't heard all that before, man. You gotta stop that, man. Just calm down, bro. You got
I think that's my problem.
What?
Like I'm old now too. I'm at the stage now where it's more fascinating to me what these idiots come up with than anything else. And that's the problem. Like, it's entertainment. Like, wow.
Yeah.
I done heard this shit remixed for 30 years.
Yep.
And you think any of this shit is
yeah, y'all ain't got nothing new to come up with, yo. We realize ain't nothing new.
Right.
Yeah, man.
I cannot. So Sean, I put the direct link in the back from where he actually got it from.
The book or the source?
Nah, where the source from where he actually the picture where he pulled it from. You'll see it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I see that. Smart history.
Yeah, because the book, I can't find that book, man. I mean, I done went on a couple of little
That's where he pulled the picture from, and you can see he's disingenuous because if you read the article, it tells you exactly what it is.
Yeah, that's the game we used to play, yo, before we was researched up. You know he was cheating, yo. I know you cheat.
It's there right there, yo.
Yeah, and then they show you why they use those colors and everything. They talk about the battle.
They always
talk about the Africans mining in that area, like Danny was talking about. The whole article's right there.
Yeah.
Liars, man.
So when we put this all together, remember, now we talking about the mines. That's the mines. Now, the king of the Aboriginals gave us the first African in Americas with a picture who was one of the workers in the mines, who we now know was sent from where? From over in Europe. Why? Because they said, now we pull out the thing that
Sean,
said
go up a little bit more. Yes, there
send
go
the
your
black
boy, man.
Christians over there. Yes? Thank you,
Now go
King of
down.
the Aboriginals, for giving us the picture, proving one as Africans in Americas, and we got the first one. Now we know why. Now we know they was also Christians given to you by the King of the Aboriginals.
Artists use the
Sean,
skin, hair color, clothing, and headgear to differentiate between the various ethnic and racial groups within the
Yeah, I like that. That's over with right there.
Sean,
yo.
go down a little bit.
Give me that.
We
Oh,
talking
you ain't
about-
even go to the thing. You can click on the
Keep
book,
going.
yo.
Keep going, Sean. No, up.
Right there, yo. If you click that, that's the book.
Hello.
You know what's good about that image? Yeah, that's the
You're
book
welcome,
right there.
Woktopia. You're welcome.
Y'all know what's interesting with that, yo? They clearly distinguish the African from the brown
Yeah, that's
skin.
the book.
Yeah, I was about to say.
That's the
you see
book
that
right there, yo. You can click through that. They
see that the
clearly that's
Africans are
deep
gray,
right there,
right?
yo. They showing they giving that sub-Saharan color right there. That's a little bit different from that brown.
Yeah, the Africans are gray. They use
Oh, no.
gray.
Don't worry, my brothers. I have the other ones too.
Keep
Don't
going,
worry
Sean.
about it. We want
Go
him to
up,
just
Sean.
act up and pull out
Stop.
some more.
Stop right there.
Yeah, I know. I
What
see
is that? The
right
one
there.
that's alleged to be who else? Juan Garrido.
Garrido.
And now you got Elion.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now it's making sense now.
There you go.
Yeah, it making sense.
They got the white man right there.
Yeah.
It making sense.
Look who's in the back. Go back. Go
Single
up.
African. You see that? It said underneath there, yo. It say single African. Go right there. What it say right there? See?
Singular African in the group.
Cortez.
They called him handsome.
Oh, that's Cortez?
Yeah.
Behind Cortez and Hitchman stands a single African. And the Greek Poland spirit. We was over there killing. I told him we did everything. We fought in all the wars, yo. We did all that. We was fighting with Cortez. I tried to tell him.
Now, those is gods.
What that say right there? That's a good one.
Yeah. Those is gods. Those are not necessarily
Let's see.
Four deities.
real people.
Four deities. Two of
with
whom
black
are
skin.
black skin. Yeah.
Okay.
They'll try to say those are real people. Those are not real people.
No. Why they showing that? Why they showing it right there?
Color distinctions.
Yeah. What was the put? Okay. Let's see. All right. Anti-blackness. Indeed, the color black is.
Yep. You seen it.
Even black skin. The positive connotation.
In Mesoamerican
is held positive is holding indeed the color black, and even black or blackness skin held positive connotations in Mesoamerica worldview. Oh, they're trying to use that.
Yeah.
They're gonna use that. You gotta cut them off at the pass. You gotta show it first.
And that's a brother in the middle with the Spanish flag.
Right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. We was in the old world, yo. I always like to get them with the old world diseases. Like to get them with the immune system. They can't get past that.
Yeah, go right there. By the 17th century, Black Africans instead came to be seen largely in mythologized and stereotype imagery. This could take form for positive images of blackness, such as images of black saints or the black magus. Black figures were also pictured as personifications of Africa within a grouping of four, each figure serving as an allegory for one of the four known continents. So there you have it. One of the four known continents. Afro descendants were also pictured within casta paintings of the 18th century, oftentimes embodying negative stereotypes associated with blackness in a white supremacist society. So
click that casto paint. What's that? No, up. No.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, what's that? Oh, that painting. Oh, that okay.
Yeah.
It's a black person right there in the light, don't it?
And others, so they just
they come back to you. Okay.
What those paintings are.
Yeah, that's clear. I can see him. Yep.
Clear distinction. which is further proof that they knew who the hell the natives knew who the hell black people were.
Yeah, y'all gonna beat that up. Somebody gonna get beat up with this.
This is them telling us that they knew the difference between themselves and black people.
Oh my God. Yeah, they gotta knock it off, man. They play too much.
Yeah.
All right, man. I'm out of here, man. All right, y'all. Appreciate y'all, man. All right, Truth.
Yeah, I'm about to shut this job too, man.
Appreciate y'all, Sean.
Some shit.
Not a confidence.
Coincidence.
Coincidence. I said confidence. You know, I always miss that. Do that shit like that. Who the hell is yo? Yo.
Yeah, that's Cash. That's Cash.
Man, hit him with the yo. I'm gonna give you the yo. Yo.
That's how he be getting on platforms and shit, changing his identity.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he got to change his name 1,000 times.
They don't let him on no more, huh?
Hell no.
Hell no, don't put him on. He gonna stop the movement in the tracks. Hell, they're foolery. That's a great. Well, I'm glad. Let me make sure I got mine. Look, y'all running with this.
Yeah, you got it.
I got it. Wow.
I'm still trying to find the actual book, but.
But yo, listen, I'm gonna check out real quick. I'm gonna still listen though. So
Yeah, I'm about to wrap up though.
Everybody be safe out there.
All right, not a sports. All right, Gullah.
Yeah,
shit, I'm
appreciate
out
you, bro.
on the flip side, yo. Yeah. So I catch everybody, man. Appreciate y'all tuning in. If you missed it earlier, you know, we dealt with Ali and his pseudoisms. And he just called his tracks again. Again, he made the claim that he couldn't find some information. We demonstrated throughout this whole bill. We got everything lined up, and y'all stay tuned for what's more to come. And y'all already know what it is with me, man. You know what I'm saying? And the whole team and everybody associated with it. So I appreciate everybody tapping in. But as always,